for a special live broadcast for our Veteran Spotlight from 6 a.m. to noon at Bucks County Estate Traders, 1522 Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield. Each month, we team up with the Travis Manion Foundation to honor one incredible local veteran, but this time, taking it up a notch and celebrating several amazing local heroes who continue to serve their communities long after their time in uniform. Come out, shake their hands, hear their stories, and show your support. It's all presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Don't miss it, Veterans Day, November 11th, 6 to noon. Get all the details now at 1210WPHT.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday, November the 5th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist is out. Sean Serino in for him with the video today. Jimmy Kelly. They are the associate producers on a Wednesday, in which Tony Bruno will join us coming up at 7:45, live from Florida for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. But what happened last night? The polls closed, the results came in, and it was...
Good night, everybody.
There's your electoral recap. Dawn, good morning, dear. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, a big night and a big win for Democrats across the USA on Election Day.
That is correct. Hello, Gregory.
Hang on.
What do you want to dazzle us?
His button?
No, I have...
No, his background.
My
Your background.
backdrop. My
Backdrop.
Your backdrop fell over like Fetterman that day with the flag.
Do either of you use melatonin to fall asleep? Melatonin.
No.
Sean, can you please straighten out Dawn's thing?
Oh.
Thank you, my friend.
I do. I take I take magnesium, and I take a 10 milligram melatonin Sunday through Thursday evening to help me go to sleep during the week.
A new report just came out that long-term use of the sleep supplement melatonin is linked to a 90% higher risk of heart failure.
Good night, everybody.
Oh my God.
Well, as I've been telling you, folks, 61. I'll see you. Maybe with that report, I'll be out of here at 57.
Now, just hang on a second. While there are mixed reviews of the latest scientific findings, here's what the popular sleep supplement could reveal about your heart health.
Okay.
See, this is why the whole Tylenol thing is that we're not nuanced enough to look at causation versus correlation.
Look at you, Dr. Stocker.
So
Causation versus
correlation.
correlation.
is it the melatonin that is causing you the heart failure, or is the heart failure a symptom of why you can't sleep? It's like, hey, I can't sleep, so maybe there's something going on in my body that I should take a look at.
Interesting.
So that's what I'm saying. That these studies, I love the clickbaity headline of it.
Yeah.
If you really read into it, it's not. It could just be the fact that there might be an underlying condition there of why you're having trouble sleeping.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Kayal.
Maybe the reason I take the melatonin is because I take the nap earlier in the day, and it's harder for me to go to bed.
Well, maybe you shouldn't nap then.
Yeah, but it's harder for me to get through the day.
Yeah.
It's a catch-22.
Mr. Kayal, I'm saying this because I care about you.
Right.
Just if you have a problem sleeping, then maybe get yourself checked out.
I might have to look at that.
That's what I'm saying.
I was thinking maybe the 3 vodkas plus the melatonin is what led to the heart failure, but yeah, what are you going to do? It could be worse. It could be worse. I could be Jack Chitterelli and get smoked by Mikey Sherrill. I could be Judge Dugan and watch Larry Krasner win by more this time than he did 4 years ago. I could be Winsome Earl Sears, or for everybody on the show that wants to correct me with, it's not Earl Winsome. Actually, I think Earl Winsome Sears would have had a better chance than Winsome Earl Sears.
You may have. That's a good point.
Curtis Sliwa, a cartoon with a red beret. But we'll get into it. Dawn's going to have the recap. I've got a big take. And it's not about the audience. I'm not going to sit here and say you weren't energized. Yeah, sure, that's part of it. But how can you get energized when the Republican Party trots out milquetoast vanilla options that leave you there limp, that leave you going, he's all right. She's okay. Doesn't really get me going. What a disgrace. I did the math real quick. And by the way, a lot today. We've got Bruno on the cut sheet. Big take, fallout from the election. Maybe a few other stories. By the way, Tom Brady now has cloned his dead dog.
Oh, he's a disgraceful human.
Maybe we can clone Scott Pressler and then have Trump and the military airlift and drop 50 Scott Presslers into each and every single state in the union, and Republicans would have a better chance of winning. But I'm just looking at this. I did the math. New Jersey has 9.5 million people. Okay? Pennsylvania has 13 million people.
Yep.
And New York, as a state, the city factored in, 20 million people. It's 43 million living, breathing human beings. And we are relegated to the Mehmet Oz's, Doug Mastrianos, Pat Dugan's, David O's, Jack Chitterelli's, and Bill Spadia's of the world. In a tri-state region of 43 million people.
Fair point.
Throw in Curtis Sliwa as well.
That's a fair point.
This is what you come up with.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a regular business person, why would you want to throw your hat into the ring? I mean, look at New Jersey, for example. Jack Chitterelli was called a killer. The ads against him just outright lied. I mean, some of them just outright lied. We had talked about it. Why would a normal people jump into the fray?
I'll tell you what.
Why would a normal person why would you put yourself through that? Your family through that?
If the day ever comes where a lot of wealthy people or people in the know come to me and say, hey, Nick, you've been crushing it on 1210 for 13 years. You've got a big following, a massive audience, you've done great work. And you say, hey, why don't you take a swing at this? And you're going to be dead anyway. You know what? If I lost to somebody like Mikey Sherrill by 13 points, you would never see me again. I would go into hibernation. I would go into rogue dark mode and disappear from the earth. But anyway, we'll get to it as we continue.
It comes down to the economy, guys.
Oh, yeah. And that was the number one theme in New Jersey and Virginia and in New York. Let me read this tweet real quick. This is from one of the reporters for either CBS or NBC News. It was perfectly encapsulated last night. Let me give this to you. By the way, Frank Luntz, he has to get ripped today as well.
Today is going to be an epic show, by the way. Yeah. Today is the day you want to tune in.
I woke up at 3:15 this morning. I came in here and wrote the big take in the dark.
So did I.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. Jennifer Jacobs via CBS News. Early exit polls show economic concerns are what's on the mind of voters as they cast ballots in key elections in Virginia, New Jersey, New York, and California. And, oh, by the way, how many of them have been controlled by Democrats? So the Democrats had the power, they suck at the economy, and Republicans still get blitzed. That's a candidate problem, but I digress.
It's the economy. Trump got elected in 2024 because the economy sucked.
Yep.
Democrats came into power in 2025 in these 3, 4, whatever states because the economy still sucks.
Yeah. And that doesn't even include the PA Supreme Court at the state level. That doesn't include Prop 50. Whatever was blue last night was gold, and whatever was red last night, all right. Dawn Stensland, take it away.
By the way, the only radio show that doesn't lie to you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Or give you false hope. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I need a cigarette. Take us away, Dawn. Who got shot last night?
Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Yes, it is the morning after. And no doubt Republicans would like a plan B, but don't have one. No morning after pill after this election night. Because you got it, Republicans. Sorry.
Oh, God. Oh, today is just, I can't wait.
I'm not even angry because I saw this coming, but like it's the margins. I mean, I was right with the who was going to win, but I mean, to see some people get beat the way they got beat, I'm like, I don't know how that's possible, but I'm going to shut up. I'm going to take a break.
You're really angry this morning.
I
love it. I like angry Nick.
Cover of the New York Post, seeing red this morning, by the way, with Mom Donnie and Trump on there, and the red apple with Mom Donnie holding up like a red apple. The red apple.
By the way, his margins weren't, 50% of the electorate still voted against him. You know what I mean? So
Cuomo did better than Chitterelli. Let that sink in.
Yeah, but think about 8.5 million people in New York City, and they lost a ton. Obviously, they and New Jersey lost a ton of population. Let us not forget that a whole lot of people that might have voted red or are moved the heck out of that area.
Okay, Ron DeSantis.
No,
I heard
I
Ron
know.
DeSantis say that last night too.
He was saying late at night what everybody has been saying, that a ton of people. I mean, we've been talking about the U-Haul, tracking the U-Hauls and all that stuff. But eight and a half million people. Think about it. 8.5 million people in New York City. Where are the other 6.5 million people?
Yeah.
6.5 million people did not vote.
Yeah, and Mom Donnie was just awarded the Florida Realtor of the Year last night as well.
Nick Kayal, I'm going to start calling you the New Jersey expert.
Nah, I can't. There's other people on this station that know far more about New Jersey than I do.
We are sponsored in the news this morning. Kayal and Company News Live. It's November 5th, 2025. Here we are, and we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning in the news. Yes. By the way, in Pennsylvania, a big story here. I don't see that any Republicans basically really won anything anywhere. In Pennsylvania, the retention vote for the high court, the 3 high court judges. Remember the ad, vote no, no, no? Well, in Pennsylvania, everybody voted yes, yes, yes.
They voted.
Pat Dugan, Judge Pat Dugan, running against Krasner, looking at those numbers. Krasner did not really have to do anything. He did not even give a victory speech last night. Dugan, though, conceded, Pat Dugan, and a majority of that vote goes to District Attorney and Democrat Larry Krasner. So whether you look at huge double-digit margins by the new governor-elect, Mikey Sherrill, Democrat, you look at New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. By the way, 4 of 5 boroughs, Staten Island, obviously is Republican. Everybody else went Mamdani. You look at California, they were still in line. Last night, California voters still in line. It was 8 o'clock their time, 11 p.m. our time, as, leading up to that. So think about how late those California voters stood in line to vote yes for Prop 50. And basically that's a bigger win than we probably know at this point. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. So Prop 50 voting yes. Gavin Newsom I believe they put some $27 million into that Prop 50 vote. I know we've talked about it in the past, and we need to talk about it because that one is important and probably not making the headlines this morning, obviously because of Mamdani.
63%, yes.
The Republicans are playing a very dangerous game with this redistricting thing because the numbers, like in New Jersey, everybody wanted to talk about the numbers and how New Jersey is a purple state. The numbers don't add up. They don't line up. So if we're gonna go tit for tat here, this is not a great sign for Republicans in the whole redistricting thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So as California goes, to your point, I suspect that, and we said, I said yesterday, it's a reaction to Texas. We've talked about that. But to your point, if they could do this quickly and gain that money and get those private donations to that level, then it's a model for the rest of the nation.
Polymarket now gives the Democrats a 70% chance of taking back the House next year at this time.
It's all going to depend on where the economy is at the time. Yep. That's the God's honest truth.
And
that's
perhaps
the God's honest truth.
And perhaps how Mamdani does in New York in his first 9 months.
And I guess the voters really do blame the Republicans for the shutdown. Last night proved it.
Could be.
Well, and Trump put the statement out on True Social. We'll get to all of it. As President Trump reminded in all caps on True Social last night. We all were tweeting that out and Xing it out and Insta-ing it out. But in that, I was. But anyway, I digress. But President Trump saying that he was not on the ballot and, yes, blaming the shutdown. I will say last Thursday when he was returning from his Asia trade deal big trip, Trump did call for them to end the shutdown before November 1st. And we were on the air and I said that. I said, they got to get this thing done before Election Day. And we all agreed on that they should have gotten it done.
Yep.
I don't think that they had their eye on that ball among others.
Nope. You are correct.
Yep. So I know we'll also get into the issue, and Linda Kearns will be in the House today. Obviously, we'll be talking about and breaking down all of this. But something that happened in Chester County that was a breaking news story throughout, and that is the 75,000 voters in Chester County here in Pennsylvania. Independent voters went to their polling place to vote and then found out they're not in the book.
It is
What a
disgraceful.
coincidence.
Yep.
So we'll see if legal action, and Linda Kearns had called in, and obviously she's an election integrity attorney. So will there be legal action following this? And then you think of who's in charge in Chester County, and so the CXO, remember the experience officer, that's the individual where if the buck stops here in Bucks County, remember that created position, that is the individual who we talked about previously, who's in charge of this and in charge of that debacle, technically, if you look at the highest level person. But so many people very upset, especially in Chester County, and questioning it, of course.
And kudos to whether it's Linda Kearns, Scott Pressler, anybody on the ground. They were able to get the polls to stay open an extra 2 hours last night. I think Chester County did not close until 10 p.m.
And this happened a year ago.
Yeah. How do you have 75,000 independents basically go MIA? It'd be non-existent on the voter rolls, and that's not by accident. That can't be by accident.
Well, they claim it was a horrible mistake. Oh my so God. I mean, all the breaking news. It was just minute by minute yesterday with all of this. But yes, I mean, I will say this. Voters have learned to immediately report, if you see something, say something, of course. And they were reporting it in real time, talking about the fact that independent voters, 75,000 of them. Now, they were told, get a provisional ballot. Some people left and came back. And so we'll see how that shakes out on that one. But we obviously will talk about the whole day and put it into perspective. I want to give some other news of the day that this is a fiery crash. This UPS cargo plane crash exploded.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
In a massive fireball while taking off from the company's global aviation hub. This is Louisville, Kentucky. And the updated numbers, killing at least 7 people, injuring at least 11. And that crash last night as it was departing for Honolulu from UPS Worldport. And this is Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport.
Sean, this is cut 33. We have the video, because there's literally video of everything now. It's unbelievable that we live in this day and age.
Yep.
Roll this. You can see it. Look at that. Oh my God.
This? Just a fireball.
Did it ever get off the ground, or was that during takeoff where it just went?
I think that was during takeoff.
Yeah, it was during takeoff. Oof. And so it looks like it's trying to get off the ground. We don't. Oh my God! Look at this. Now a fireball.
Look at that.
Just an inferno. Because obviously it's fueled up to travel all the way from Kentucky to Honolulu.
Oh, wow.
So it's loaded up with a ton of fuel.
38,000 gallons of fuel.
Oh, my. Yeah. All that
just this horrible,
pure
deadly
black
crash.
smoke.
The aircraft was an MD-11 and is 34 years old, according to the report that I have in front of me here. It's a UPS freight transport aircraft, killing 3 people and injuring 11. I'm sure Dawn said that, but thank you.
The death toll. Unfortunately, the death toll continues to rise because those survivors are many of them are critically injured.
Yep.
And so we have that going on. We also have an update for you, and this is yet a second monkey. The monkey has been shot. Remember the lab monkeys that we've been updating?
The monkeys.
No.
People say we monkey around.
So remember these lab monkeys, they escaped after a truck that was transporting them overturned on a Mississippi highway.
But we're too busy with herpes.
Somebody shot the monkey.
To give any
Good.
Saw the monkey crossing the highway, last night. And it was about a mile from the scene, and the Jasper County Sheriff, Randy Johnson, has informed us that a second monkey has been shot.
We will kill you, graveyard dead.
We still have one monkey.
Monkey in the middle.
Monkey is out there, and everybody's looking for the monkey, and the monkey will be shot dead. I mean, no kidding.
Yeah.
Because these monkeys are, at least one monkey is still unaccounted for. And we talked about last week that they have some rough diseases, including herpes, Hep C.
And
they
COVID.
were injected, with horrible disease. It was, COVID, the least of it. Right?
Yeah, monkeys are dirty
Lab
enough when
monkeys.
they're not infected with these 3 diseases.
But in all, a truck carrying 21 monkeys overturned, and that was last week, and many of those monkeys had escaped. So it's believed that at least one is still out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Lurking.
Yeah.
The lurking monkeys.
Get them.
Ay, 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 ay. Do we have any good news this morning?
No, the world sucks.
You know?
It's over.
Should I quote for you Winston Churchill?
Yes, please.
Success is not final. Failure is not final. It is the courage to continue that counts.
Yeah.
Okay?
Isn't Tucker Carlson the one that argues that he wasn't really the hero of World War II?
Oh, just shut up. I don't know what to
I'm going to
say.
ask you questions. That's all I'm doing.
And Tucker's busy platforming Nick Fuentes.
Ugh, another disgraceful human.
Which, by the way, that might be a big take tomorrow on free speech.
And yesterday I did talk, by the way, as far as the Chester County Republicans, Dr. Ravi Terzian, I talked to him yesterday on the air. They are, in fact, investigating that. So it's not over for those who just feel deflated this morning across, especially Chester County, 75,000 independent voters. They are looking into it, and there will be repercussions with that, and they are investigating it.
Yeah.
So I just want to point that out.
As there should
for
be.
you.
I mean, if you don't believe that you can vote with the utmost confidence that you're going to be accounted for, what's the whole point of any of this, right?
Yeah.
You know, if it's not on the up and up, I mean, my God, it's the same thing with sports. If sports are rigged, then what the hell are we doing watching them, right?
By the way,
competition is supposed to be fair.
Also, the Sixers lost. I mean, do I have any winning news?
No.
The Sixers
Let me
lost
guess.
113 to 111 to the Chicago Bulls.
Did the Flyers win?
We do have a beaver moon.
I was texting.
Be happy for the beaver
I
moon.
love a good beaver.
I was texting you guys, like we all have a group text, and we were texting each other last night because us, unlike the news networks and other people, knew that this race was over at 8:27 when Election Desk HQ called it for Mikey Sherrill. And I was getting texts from people, no, it's not over yet. No, it's not over yet. No, it was over at 8. It lasted 27 minutes.
Well,
that's how long it lasted.
But I mean, we obviously have to watch, Passaic County and all, then see how it shakes out. So
Sure, but she was overperforming in every district that she needed to,
well,
and he was underperforming.
To be fair, everything that we're talking about, I mean, New Jersey, traditionally, I mean, these are blue areas. So these would have been considered major upsets, right? And that's why when Trump,
I don't know. I heard on this show yesterday. I heard on this show yesterday that New Jersey is purple.
Well, I did tell you that every county, all 21 counties in New Jersey, have skewed red since 2020, which is also another reason to sit here and say, well, what the hell happened last night? Because the state has gotten more red. I don't think it's purple. That was Rooney, by the way. We'll talk to Save Jersey at some point this week.
I love Rooney. I'm not trashing Rooney at all.
But let us not forget, because let us not forget that if you look at, and we've talked about this, if you look at the voter registration in New Jersey or New York or Virginia, for that matter,
massive,
right? If all the Democrats get energized, which obviously they did, and so if the Democrats all vote, if they come out to vote, then these are blue states. These are traditionally blue areas.
Well, yeah.
So.
Well, what energized them? I mean, because we talk about, does Jack Ciattarelli really energize you? Well, let me ask Democrats. Does Mikey Sherrill really energize you?
Well, I think that, so if you look at, and we talked about this more than a week ago, when we were looking at all of the numbers of how many government workers are in all of these municipalities, whether it's New Jersey, whether it's Virginia, whether it's Pennsylvania.
Huge,
yes,
yep.
And Pennsylvania, top employer. So when you're told that your job is, you're not getting a paycheck and you're, the food benefits and all of that, that was certainly one of them. The other one is, there's that old saying about a woman scorned. And so if you look at the women voters, women voted blue and they were activated.
It's a great point.
And they were angry. And you don't want to make a woman angry.
You're 1,000% correct, and I actually have the stats for you. Young women were the story of the night. 81% voted for Mamdani in New York City. 80% of young women voted for Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. 78% of young women voted for Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. That according to Rachel Genfaza of NBC and the latest NBC exit polling.
Yeah.
By the way, in 18 to 29-year-olds in Virginia, completely like that made up the majority of the vote for Abigail Spanberger. So
Yeah, men went for Abigail. Men went for Winsome Earl Sears.
Yeah,
Men went for a military African American woman.
Yep.
In Virginia.
Yep.
But women were out in force in that age group, 18 to 29. Those women who don't get their news from us or even from X,
Nope.
I think they get their news, they're getting their news from Rachel Maddow, who was on air last night, and because I'm a glutton for punishment, and torture, I turned on MSNBC.
they're not getting,
And you
young
should have
women
seen
are not
the
getting
Love
their
Fest.
news from Rachel Maddow. They're just
Well-
not.
well-
the numbers prove it. Nobody's watching MSNBC.
Where they
I
get
didn't say
nobody.
that. I said I was a glutton for punishment.
You just said they were getting their news from Rachel Maddow. They're not.
Where do they get it from? Facebook?
I don't know. TikTok.
Yahoo,
I don't know.
TikTok?
TikTok,
Yeah.
whatever. But they're not getting it from Rachel Maddow. They're just not.
Yeah, I
nobody's
said.
watching.
Well, my point was, I turned on Rachel Maddow last night because I'm a glutton for punishment, just to watch as they were having literally a giddy celebration fest.
Yeah, I think as and I don't mean this in a morbid way, but as boomers fade away and ride off into the sunset, I think the future comes down to two demographics. You're going to have Gen X men against Gen X women that might very well be raging liberal Karens, and you're going to have Gen Z women, which are going to go left. And you saw that Gen Z men skew conservative.
I hate to tell you guys this, but they're not. People aren't as indoctrinaire as the people who listen to this radio station. It's all going to depend on the economy. If we can fix the affordability issue in this country, whoever's the party in power that fixes it, that's the one that's going to win re-election. And it's as simple as that. It's not culture issues. It's not it's not sweet memes on Facebook or TikTok or Twitter. It comes down to the economy. That's it. The economy sucks. The economy sucks right now, and people got voted out because of it. The end. That's as simple as it is. And for all the people out there that are just like, the polls lied to us. The polls. Agreed. The polls were way off. But
But
if
we
you
were
listen
also
to this radio
quoting
show,
Polymarket, which was
thank you,
right.
Thank you, Don Stanslin. You know exactly where I'm going. It's almost like you and I are simpatico. If you listen to this radio show, we were quoting Polymarket. Nick had Harry Enton in the Big Take 2 days ago, where he said this is going to be a huge Democrat blowout. Did you not have that in your Big Take? I didn't hear that anywhere else but on this radio show. Thank you.
Can I run for governor of Pennsylvania and New Jersey simultaneously?
I'm just tired of the people being rewarded who are never right, and the shows that give you the truth on this radio station that give you the truth are the ones that are like shunned. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
You're a little off here. We're being rewarded. Have you seen the ratings? People know. People know.
Jeez.
People know. Don't let YouTube comment or 9 people on X taint your vision or your takeaway.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to your point though about affordability, you're absolutely right. However, that was Jack Ciattarelli's platform. He talked about how he would lower taxes. He talked about how he would make New Jersey more affordable. And so at the end of the day, with women coming out and with those Democrats being energized by perhaps a multitude of factors, but especially the government shutdown, once that happens and that's activated, these are in fact blue states. It would have been a major upset had New Jersey or even New York with Mamdani or Virginia. That would have been a huge upset and a big story. Mm-hmm. If they had one, they usually don't.
That's right.
I mean, you mentioned the other day, Christy Todd Whitman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's not like Republicans have been blanked in New Jersey for 75 years, right?
By the way, I know we'll get to this at one point too, but Bucks County,
Yes.
that was a blowout. Jen Shorn out. Joe Kahn becomes the first ever Democrat to be elected Bucks County District Attorney.
Wow, that's a big story.
And every single Republican was voted out of every single school board in Bucks County.
Oh, boy.
Every single Republican.
So now there's no difference in Bucks in Montgomery County.
So tell me again how this isn't a referendum on Trump. It kind of is. The Democrats came out in full force because of this.
And the Democrats,
the Trump hate was very strong.
The Democrats, if you look at the Democrats, even like you're saying at the county level, highly organized, very well funded, well-oiled machine. And so, that's an issue here in Pennsylvania, and it's across the country as well.
Feels like 2022 all over again, doesn't it, folks?
So,
also, the ones dancing on the graves of the Democrat. The Democrat Party is in shambles. It's this, it's that, and the other. Doesn't seem to be, guys. Doesn't seem to be. Just saying.
Well, nationally,
it's
but locally
one.
is different.
It's one snapshot. This is one snapshot. Nobody should take anything. I said this earlier, and I'm going to stick by it. That however the economy is going up to the midterms is how that's going to go. If people are still struggling to put food on their table, and groceries are still sky high, and the cost of energy is still raping people, then expect a Democrat blue wave. And it's as simple as that. I don't care what polls say. I don't care what so-called experts say, pundits, these dumb pundits that are on Fox News all the time, CNN saying, this is nothing. You know nothing.
well, and again, generally in off-year elections in the country, people do go. Look at Obama's first term. He had the House and the Senate for 2 full years. What happened? You often do see the voters go to the polls and push that reset button. So none of this is unusual
No, it's a tennis
or historic
match,
because this is what we see. This is generally what we see.
We just keep seeing the ball volley back and forth. Pendulum goes to this way, then it goes this way. It's like a tennis match. 1 minute you're serving, the next minute you're on defense. Ridiculous.
Oh, and by the way, we'll also talk moving forward about, remember Jim McGreevey? Remember him?
Yes.
The governor, and that weird lawsuit that he was involved, or excuse me, that scandal that broke. I'll never forget it. None of us will ever forget it. But he did not come out on top for mayor of Jersey City, but they will have a runoff. So McGreevey and James Solomon, they've advanced out of that crowded field, and for so I guess they'll continue to go for a runoff because I don't see a winner declared on that one. So it looks like he and James Sullivan advanced. So we have that one going on. Jim McGreevey.
I do have the good news of the day. It comes via the weather.
And the Beaver Moon. Let me talk about, before you talk about the weather and the Beaver Moon, let's talk about Piazza Auto Group. Find Acura lease deals, finance offers, special programs at your local Piazza Acura dealer in Ardmore, Westchester, or Reading. Browse inventory online, including the all-new ADX at piazzaacura.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Thank you for sponsoring. Wow, a very long and, man, we all had 3 hours sleep here, so just forgive us. We're a little loopy.
It's going to be a hell of a show today.
That's right.
Off the hooks already.
All right, Dawn, 39 degrees currently in Philadelphia, but the glorious part of the day is the weather. We're going up to 67 degrees today.
Yeah,
sunny skies.
Yeah.
Get out there and get your feet on the grass. Stop retweeting Jack Posobiec and live your life because the weather's going to suck. And then you're going to be relegated to staring at those tweets at 5:13 p.m. when it's dark and it's cold and there's rock salt all over the road. Philly weather, there you go on Kayal and Company News Live. We'll come back. A big take. Well, it was not red resistance. It was a blue blizzard. It might not be what you want to hear, but it's what you need to hear. Next on Kayal and Company.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
At Humana, Our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Retirement. Exciting, but also kind of scary. How do you create that paycheck to do everything you want to do? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, 6:36 Wednesday morning. Let's get it going, shall we? Tony Bruno, just over an hour from now. Great work out of he and Miss Robin, filling in for Dom Giordano, who's back from his tour of Italy and Sicily. Fight Club at 9:10 this morning. We have a lot of other good stories to get to, if and when time permits. But of course, it's the fallout, it's the reaction, it's the takeaways. It's the initial post-mortem following Election Day 2025. And we rev it up now with a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, let's get to it. The Big Take. It was indeed a blue blizzard. Forget about red resistance. Republicans got rolled over. The odds of a Democratic sweep yesterday, according to Polymarket, was 88%. From New Jersey to New York to Virginia and everywhere in between. And the prediction market was correct. And yours truly, who takes no pride in saying this, was also correct. I predicted on Tuesday's show that every Republican would lose, and they did. But I was wrong on the margins. Let's call it what it was. It was a bloodbath. And you could take that in whatever context you would like. It was total electoral evisceration. The first TKO came super early in the 7 o'clock hour as Virginia closed. Democrat Abigail Spanberger KO'd Winsome Earl Sears in Virginia by a whopping 16 points. Her Attorney General, Jay Jones, you recall him and his vile text messaging, he was able to defeat Jason Miyares comfortably by 6 points. It took all of 27 minutes after the polls closed in Virginia for the race to be called. Winsome Earl Sears, who's not a MAGA Republican, is proof that the GOP needs to stop nominating uninspiring older dust piles. That brand of conservatism is cooked. It's dead. It's gone. You need younger, more energetic, dynamic, needle-moving, gravitational candidates, not Winsome Earl Sears. Then we get to New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli got absolutely clobbered. Absolutely worked. After losing to Phil Murphy by just under 3 points 4 years ago, he got smoked by Mikey Sherrill by roughly 13 points. He was 10 points worse the second time around. How is that possible in your second crack at it? If the economy is the number one issue and there's an affordability crisis in New Jersey, How does Mikey Sherrill win by double digits? And I told you guys last week, Jack Ciattarelli seems like a nice man. I think he's a good dude. But he was nothing more than a middle-of-the-road mediocre candidate. And what does that say about Bill Spadia, who got smoked by Jack Ciattarelli in the primary? It's actually disgraceful that the GOP can trot out so many mundane candidates. A bunch of choices that leave you limp, that leave you feeling like, you could take it or leave it. To lose to this crop of modern-day Democrats who are not moderates, who are not liberal, who are progressive or socialist or communist, who are bat bleep insane with no policies for anything, no solution for anything, pandering to fringe communities, running on local level TDS is grounds for retirement. Economic concerns were the major theme on the voters' minds in New Jersey, in California, in Virginia, in New York. And when we go back to New Jersey, which was Democrat controlled for the last handful of years, Jack got wamboozled by a lady who couldn't name a policy when asked in a friendly interview setting. She couldn't account for $7 million on the stock market when she was on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God. And she hid her graduation punishment scandal from the New Jersey public. And it still didn't matter. And I don't want to hear from pollsters like Frank Luntz, who are in spin mode. Don't read too much into this, as Democrats are strongly favored in all the key races. The man with the toupee tweeted last night. The question should be, Frank, why are they favored by so much in all of these races? How can Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger and Zoran Mamdani and Larry Krasner be runaway favorites and then not only win, but win going away? Why? Because Republican candidates and the pool of options right now downright flat out stink. They stink. You can get in your feelings. I don't care. They stink. Many in my industry will lie to you. Many are propagandists or fanboys or apologists or grifters paid to be engagement farmers. And a lot of you take the bait. You retweet them all day. They preach the gospel to you as they make massive paychecks. And you think you have a better chance than you really do. And then you say the other side's, it's misleading. Some of these people know they're full of crap. Some don't and are merely suckers. I'm none of the above. I told you this would occur. I give you my honest opinion because I think you, the audience, deserve it. Because you come to me and you come to this station because you're tired of the mainstream media lying to you. So the last thing I'm going to do as I earn your trust or the opportunity to inform and entertain you is do you wrong and lie right back to you. I give you my honest opinion. I don't sell you a bill of goods. I don't sell you false hope. Some of you can handle it. Some of you can't. If you can't handle it, it's a you problem, not a me problem. And I feel bad for New Jersey today. I feel bad for every New Jersey voter out there. Every county, all 21 of them, has shifted red to some degree since 2020. Doesn't mean they're a red county, but the numbers have gone in favor of Republicans. Democrats down, Republicans up. Every single one of them. And this is what you got last night. And Harry Enton was correct on CNN. When New York City, the state of New Jersey, and Virginia all go blue, the following midterm cycle is a formality that Democrats will gain seats and reclaim some power. It's happened all 5 times in the last 90 years that this trend, which started last night, has presented itself. And if you're Trump in the White House, you need 2 things to happen right now in the next 7, 8, 9 months. The economy takes off and Mamdani crashes and burns with the socialist playbook in the Big Apple. As Mamdani got 50% of the votes last night, Cuomo actually received 42%. Cuomo outperformed Jack Ciattarelli when you compare the 2 states. Curtis Sliwa got a dismal 7%. I thought he was good for 14 or 15%. He got half of that. California Prop 50 passed at almost a 2-to-1 ratio, 63%. The PA State Supreme Court had all 3 Democrat justices retained. And Larry Krasner won with 73% of the vote. Think about the Kata Scott case. Larry Krasner in 2021 received 72% of the vote. Philadelphia, I gave you the stats last week, on a per 100,000 citizen basis, is as deadly as Chicago. And Larry Krasner improved by a point in 2025. And there's two things at play here. There's the voters' lack of juice when Trump isn't on the ballot. That's absolutely a thing. Some of you need voting Viagra for when DJT isn't on the ballot because some of you have local voting ED. But the larger issue here, and I don't blame you, is why you aren't fired up. Because the GOP at the state level sucks. They stink at the local level. Dawn just mentioned it with Bucks County. Bucks County might as well be Montgomery County. Don't text me, don't tweet me anymore. Nick, you should have moved to Bucks County. Why? No different than Montgomery County. And I don't want to hear about Dave McCormick or Dave Sunday. Okay. The GOP, unless it's Donald Trump, stinks. And the Trump era ends in 3 years. And the GOP has a problem. Just remember, 4 years ago, Trump was considered the problem in early 2021, right? After January 6th, until he decided to run for re-election in the fall of 2022. That year and a half, he was deemed politically dead. I would say Trump's the bright spot. He's the blessing. The rest of the Republican Party is going to be left with the curse of when Trump is no longer around. It's going to be called the ghost of Trump. It's like when the Yankees lost Derek Jeter or the Patriots lost Tom Brady, right? No identity. Can't win. Last night showed you that the Republican Party better figure it out because 45/47, he's not going to come walking through that door much longer. And you're going to be left with a bunch of eh. And that might even apply to J.D. Vance as well. Just remember, just because you're the number 2 doesn't mean you get to be the number 1 all of the time. Ask Winsome Earl Sears. She was Glenn Youngkin's lieutenant governor. Okay? Ask Cheney. Yeah, there's times where the Veep ends up becoming president. You could talk about Bush under Reagan in the 80s. He became president. But there's many times that just because you're the backup now doesn't mean you ascend to number 1. Find better candidates. Find a way to energize your base. And oh, by the way, get the economy rolling. Nothing else matters for the next 7 months. Not narco boat bombings, not court challenges, not cute executive orders with thick Sharpies, dollars and cents. Because if they're not feeling it 9 months from now, what you saw last night was a prelude and a precursor of what is to come. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. So I'm looking at all of these numbers here. I wrote down, and I had Jimmy Kelly clip the predictions I gave yesterday in the big take for all of the races. This is staggering to me. I had Spanberger winning by 6 to 8 points. She won by 16. I had Mamdani getting 45% of the vote. He got 50. I had Cheryl winning by 1 to 3. She won by 13. I had Krasner winning at a 65 to 35 rate. He got 73% of the votes. I am literally flummoxed, Dawn Stenzlin, that Republicans could not only drop the ball, but could vomit all over themselves and then kick the ball out of bounds on top of fumbling the ball. And we knew New York City was a lost cause. We knew Philadelphia was a lost cause. Virginia was going to be a very, very, very big, long shot. But, you know, crazier things have happened. I'll just stick with New Jersey here for the sake of time constraints here in the next 6 minutes. I don't know how Jack Ciattarelli could lose by 2.8 points and then it's hard to believe this. I actually think Mikey Sherrill is going to be worse for New Jersey than Phil Murphy, and his deficit increased by 10 points 4 years later. I don't get it. I don't have a solution.
Well, I have a solution. New Jersey, you deserve a television market. How many years of my life have I been saying this? You have the most densely populated state in the nation, and they don't have a television market. Not one city. So you think about a state that is on par with, let's say, Michigan or North Carolina. They have multiple TV markets and their own TV stations that would then cover their news as a news outlet. New Jersey does not have one. So they're covered by, in the north, obviously, the New York television market, and in the south, here in the Philadelphia market. And so they're covered by stations that view them as, kind of the ugly stepchild or something. I mean, so that's the issues are not covered. None of these issues are covered. And then on top of it, you have ads in which they were just lying. I mean, the ads that said that Jack made it sound like yesterday Jack was like in office in the state assembly, which he hasn't been in for years. And the ads just said he raised. I mean, they were just lies. She just lied during the one and only televised debate. She just, I mean, when do I say this bluntly? She just lied and lied and lied and was allowed to. And nobody did a fact check. Nobody put her feet to the fire, nothing. And even when, after the debate, the Chittarelli campaign decided that it was so over the top to say, Jack, you killed Pete. I mean, that was crazy to say it like that. And nothing, crickets. Nobody covers it. Nobody in the media. And nobody really covered the issues. Nobody did fact checking ever. And so you're up against it. I mean, so with Jack Chittarelli, I will say honorable campaign. I was texting with them and his daughter last night and, I've never worked on a political campaign. I have family who have and who did this last time around. And for those of you who worked on it at every level, I know that you feel like you were just kicked in the stomach. And so good for you that you got into the process. You worked harder and you're exhausted and probably lost your voice. But that's, part of our American process right now, not perfect. But I simply think that for New Jersey and for this area, Jen Shorn, I mean, how many times did I just cover in earnest what she did
she got pedophiles off the streets.
Stalker was ready to vote for her and she got smoked.
She got pedophiles off the streets and Bucks County was like, nah, we're good.
Yep.
F you.
Yep.
So Bucks County, to Greg's point, that's a different story. But as well, we have to look at all of this money pouring in from even to tiny little local elections that nobody used to care about.
Yeah.
And the Democrats, they have a structure. They have it together.
And think about
they have
that.
messaging.
Yeah.
They're going door to door. I had people in Chestnut Hill. I mean, Chestnut Hill, was going to go for Krasner. People, Democrats going door to door. They were all over the place.
Yeah.
And at first I thought, are these early trick-or-treaters, but they're grown-ups? No, the Democrat machine is well-oiled, well-orchestrated.
Think about that. I mean, Stalker is a guy who calls balls and strikes on both sides in his role on this show. And he almost had a voting erection yesterday for Shorn. And Bucks. So when you're a Republican and you get Stalker on board, and then your county votes her out, are you serious?
Yeah, I'm like that one really shocked me. It really did.
Blown away by that.
I was really. I don't vote party. I don't care. I just go for the best candidate. And she was getting stuff done in Bucks County with these sweeping raids for pedophiles, these creeps, and highlighting. When do we ever highlight a district attorney in Bucks County? Right. Highlighting it and the Bucks County voters, my people, are like, nah, we're good. We're good.
And to your point, Greg, even at yesterday's news conference, they're shoulder to shoulder. You think about this as working with Democrats and Republicans in a bipartisan way, and Jen Shorn never got political or pimped that platform, if you will, talking about the bigger issue of these fentanyl busts and all of that. Yeah. And really working and praising, the DA, Kevin Steele, is a Democrat, and other. So really, she's somebody. I hate to say it, but if you look at these candidates, even Jack Chittarelli, Gentleman Jack, maybe the lesson is that to the GOP nice guys
finish last.
Yeah.
Don't run a 3-time loser.
Yeah, here's what you do. You know what? God's honest truth.
He's not a loser, and he is he's a good man, and he ran an honest, earnest campaign. He did.
That makes you feel good? You
What's
sleep
that?
you sleep better at night knowing that he's a good man?
Yes,
I don't. I vote for Trump. Trump's not a good human being. Trump's got all sorts of scandals and nonsense. Guy's cheated on his wife. You know what? He's a political savage, and that's what I want, Dawn. I want animals out there. I want Trumps, and I want Pelosi's. I want cutthroat killer politicians. And no, I'm not saying cutthroats or anything like that. I want dogs out there. That's what I want. I don't want choir boys.
Well, we're all sinners.
Yes, we are.
So, but no,
I'm not.
What I'm saying,
Yeah.
what I'm saying honestly is that I just look. All of these individuals, again, in blue-dominated areas, whether it's New Jersey, New York, Virginia, California, okay? So we knew they were the underdog. I think what truly hurts for us on the Pennsylvania side, what hurts, it's like a dagger to look at what happened to the 75,000 independent voters in Chester County who were all over the place yesterday, but you can't help but feel like, hey, they're doing this on purpose, and we don't want election integrity issues anymore.
No, of course not.
By the way,
then in Bucks County, Jen Shorn, I'm sick about that. She deserved to win.
She did.
1,000%.
Absolutely, she did. By the way, the White House knew what the outcome of this was going to be as well. Why do you think Trump was very tepid about any sort of endorsement of anything? What did he have? What did he do? A teleconference for Jack Ciattarelli supporters, like that was the best he could do. Like really,
he zoomed it in.
He zoomed it in. Come on.
When he flew back in on Air Force One and flew back from, and by the way, the
in
media.
his defense, he was busy.
The media never even covered that historic, that incredible Asia trip that Trump took and what he secured, and they never will secure any of that, by the way. And so, but when he got back from the Asia trade tariff tour with a lot of victories in his belt, first of all, the media didn't cover it, number one. And number two, I think that's when he knew. And that's why, remember, we talked about it. He came out on Thursday. It was Thursday, I believe, last week. And he said, this shutdown needs to stop. Do a nuclear option. Do whatever you have to do. It was almost like a frantic. He was urging Republicans and Democrats, but he was saying, get this done. I think he saw it late last week. They didn't listen to him. So that stinks. And by the way, we haven't even gotten to, and yes, I stayed up and I was like emailing, all you guys, but I stayed up. I watched the Mamdani speech.
Oh, we have it.
So, and I know, I know, of course, Greg has it on but the drop mic moment, it's an epic speech. And so even though I'm just going to warn you that if you evaluate this, and I was actually up helping because David had to write a paper on it for college last night, just about ethos and rhetoric and people who are very skilled orators and that sort of thing. And so when you look at him, he quotes Eugene Debs, socialist labor leader, right, from back in the day, from the early 1900s. And he goes through it and then and I won't give it away because it's an epic mic drop moment when he speaks directly to President Trump. It's like OMG.
Yeah.
This guy, everybody, all the Republicans were like, tee-hee, well, he's good for the Republicans. Watch out. Just watch out, because I don't think that that's going to be the case because of what we talked about earlier.
Well, yeah.
Because he is an incredible speaker. He's charismatic.
Yep.
And because he really does have that gift in front of a crowd. And so understand that as he goes viral and all of his followers, those who supported him throughout this, go viral. We talked about where Gen Z gets their news. This then spreads this kind of a theme.
He cuts through. He cuts
Oh, my
through
goodness.
the political noise. He's just like Trump.
It's almost like we've been saying that for months here.
But
in
he's
that
not
regard.
but he's not okay.
But he's different.
He has the it factor like
Correct.
Trump.
That's what I'm saying.
But but there's more, because in his demeanor, he's very sort of calm and quiet. He's more like a JD Vance in his sort of calm, Zen demeanor.
Yep.
And his dry wit and delivery. This guy, what is he, 34? He just turned 34 years young. This guy is, and I know like nobody wants to hear me say this, but I'm just saying, watch him as he speaks, watch the crowd. He goes from very serious to keep hope, literally keep hope alive.
Mm-hmm.
I know the former President Obama called him up and congratulated him. And those, and he was a rapper. So David put that in his paper last night, like the rhythmic speech of somebody who's a great speech, giver. So this guy's not going away and wants to start, and said last night he's starting a revolution.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get to your calls, 855-839-1210. If you're on hold, hang tight. We'll also welcome in all of your calls, any of your comments on the YouTube chat, any of your tweets or posts on X. And then I also have to give one statement on the fallout from last night, because all of the social media influencers are in spin mode. I'm going to dunk on that. And then also I'm going to extend an invitation for common sense Democrats out there that can't relate or identify with what is the new Democrat Party, which is socialism. We're back after this with Hour 2. Stay there.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
The Eagles not only enjoyed a bye week, they moved ahead despite a spectator's role. At this point, there are no challengers in the NFC East. The Cowboys lost at home to Arizona. Dallas's defense is awful. Washington lost to Seattle and lost their quarterback. And the Giants are still the Giants. Still, there's plenty to keep the Eagles focused, but in the conference, not the division. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchin, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, 7:05, hour number 2, Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday, the 5th of November. Breaking it all down, chopping it all up as another election cycle, off-year election cycle in the books. 855-839-1210.
Just a side note, you brought up, I think in your big take, you brought up J.D. Vance. His brother lost the mayoral race in Cincinnati.
Oh.
Like, badly.
Wow.
Very badly, even though, like, with J.D. Vance endorsing him.
Oh, boy. And we've had the mayor of Cincinnati on the cut sheet before, right?
Yeah.
With all the violence in the streets.
I don't think it's Cincinnati. It's some area in Ohio.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure which one.
Gotcha.
Which is a blue, again,
Yeah.
expected to go blue.
Yep. Red
But-
state with 2 big blue cities, Cincy and Cleveland. Yeah, what are you going to do? Tony Bruno will join us for the cut sheet at 7:45.
I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say.
Oh, yes, he will. Yes, he will. Especially on the Larry Krasner front. But then again, he lives in Florida, so he doesn't have to technically deal with it. So I said I wanted to give a statement, and I wanted to give an invitation. Let me just give the statement, because I've seen this from everybody now. Since I signed off of social media last night, I love, by the way, signed off, like I hit the sign off button. I just turned my phone off. It's old terminology here. I've seen the Matt Walshes of the world, who I'm going to read this tweet. You can throw out any, social media conservative influencer, and you can spin it any which way you want. It still doesn't change the results or the margin of defeat. And Matt Walsh tweets, just to recap the last 2 months, Charlie Kirk was shot in the throat on stage. Thousands of leftists have spent weeks celebrating openly. Leftist militants take to the streets, committing and calling for more violence. An attorney general candidate for Virginia expresses his desire to murder conservatives and watch their children die. Democrat voters turn out en masse to vote for him. Do you now understand who your enemies are yet? ? Yeah, it's all disgusting. It's despicable, dare I say. It is deplorable thought and deplorable action, and yet these people still won elections. So again, I go back to, you have a candidate problem with the Republican Party. That's my issue. I don't look at any of these people where I'm like over the top. Like I'm probably close to, if I was in New Jersey, rubber stamping R down the board. But I just look at these people and I'm like, damn, does this guy get me excited? Does this lady really get my, turning?
Yeah, but look at the candidate on the other side. So and I understand that these are predominantly blue areas that we're talking about, but look at Mikey Sherrill, who by her resume, you look at, she's a military pilot and mom of 4 and great resume. And then she starts talking. And then you're like, ooh, we got a problem. If you're a Democrat, right? Let's
I gotta
look
give
at
you credit. Kudos to Dawn Senslin. You before anybody. I think even before like the whole like she was a candidate. You before anybody were touting and saying
to watch out for her.
Not that you're a fan of hers, but saying like watch out for this woman.
Yep.
Like you've been saying that, and a lot of people were rolling their eyes. Me maybe included. Were rolling their eyes like no, really her. But you were on this. You were on this from the get go. So kudos to you for that.
Yep.
Well, and so here's the thing about her. So if you don't really pay attention, and who watches except us, who watches these two debates, only one televised, who even watched that? They saw little clips on both sides, right? And then on the other side, she did, for a long time, she was going into communities. Well, if you meet her from the people that I know in the moms and relatives that I know in New Jersey, they're like, she came to my autism event, or she went to this such and such community event. Nice lady, 4 kids, brought the kid. You know what I mean? So I think for the average person who doesn't really pay attention, or I guess didn't see the ads, that were airing, showing her when they ask her what she's most proud of as a congresswoman, and she can't name one thing. But I just think that they were good as far as the Democrat Party. They were very good at realizing their shortcomings and kind of hiding her as much as they could, doing a good job pushing with social media and getting that message out and getting the money out, and also getting out the blue vote, which as we've repeatedly said, clearly outnumbers the R's and the red parts of New Jersey.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Now, here's my invitation. Actually, this is my ask of you. I'm going to channel my
it's like
inner
an Evite, and you're opening up.
This is like my inner Dave Skopanich, VP of Sales for Odyssey Philadelphia, in front of his sales reps. This is my ask of you. The Democrat Party is now the party of Mamdani and AOC. Let's call it what it is. All right, let's call a spade a spade. If you're a moderate Democrat, if you are a 90s Blue Dog Dem or a JFK era Democrat, I'm happy to have you join MAGA. Did you know, over 13 million former Obama and Clinton voters have switched from D to R in this MAGA era of Republican politics for the last decade because their party is no longer what it once was.
Hijacked. Right?
Hijacked from the far left, from moderate to liberal to progressive to socialist and full-blown communist. Parties evolve, and I think people have to realize that, whether you are a old school conservative, or if you're like my crazy mother-in-law who thinks the Democrats are still the same Democrats of the 90s and the Republicans are the same Republicans from the Bush-Cheney era of 20 years ago. And elections, this is the main thing you have to take away from this, with this invitation. Elections are won by addition, not subtraction. So I am happy to have you. Elon Musk switched. Bobby Kennedy switched. Tulsi Gabbard switched. Maybe for professional purposes, maybe for personal reasons, maybe it's honest, maybe it's a farce, who knows. And you don't need to agree with MAGA Republicans on 20 out of 20 issues. Because if you look at this, and this is my observation of what Trump is part Ronald Reagan from the 80s on American exceptionalism and what he wants to do with the economy. Trump is also part 90s Democrat with Clinton, Biden, and Obama on 2 issues: crime and illegal immigration and deportations. So if you are a Democrat out there, a reasonable Democrat that can't relate to today's Democrat Party, if you are America first, if you are pro-common sense, and you think the radical left is nuts, I think there's a place for you. And I would not let social media fool you because you see a Candace Owens tweet or a Tucker Carlson tweet and you think, oh, that's what the Republican Party is. That's like 5%. That's not to say that millions don't follow or like them on some issues, but this universal thought process that people think is what social media is, it's not really what it is. There are grifters on both sides. So I'm happy to welcome anybody in to the MAGA movement because I don't think it's the Bush era of Republican politics. And I also don't think the Democrats today are what they used to be in the 90s or the early 2000s. So, you know, I really do believe that this is where they're going. They're going socialist. They're going communist. And Mamdani is their guinea pig, New Yorkers are their experimental project, and that is what they deem the future to be if, in fact, they find a way to have some success. Now, if Trump's economy takes off here in the next 3 years and Mamdani's an epic disaster, well, then disaster averted on the big stage in 2028 because, again, and I give you my honest opinion, whether you like it or not, I don't believe there's a chance in hell America will ever elect a socialist female in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You cannot convince me that any of the 7 swing states would vote for a female socialist in 2028. Not North Carolina, not Wisconsin, not Michigan, not Pennsylvania, not Arizona, not Nevada. I think it would be a Republican sweep, and you need to win swing states to win presidential elections. So that's my ask of you. I would say if you are a Trump Republican and you're down on your hopes and you're down in the you're feeling empty today, if there are Democrats out there that can't resonate with today's Democrat Party, welcome them in, because you're not going to win elections by denying people. I've never seen anybody win with subtraction. It's usually addition. So there's my ask of you.
So can I just ask you, by the way, Mamdani, not the only, he was the first Muslim in New York City, but Virginia's Ghazala Hashimi becomes the first Muslim woman elected statewide in the United States. She's Virginia's next lieutenant governor, separately elected last night. But you believe that it's an issue of basically sexism with AOC, with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
It's the combination of socialism plus the fact that she's a female, because we've seen Kamala Harris rejected, not a smart candidate. I think AOC is dumber than Kamala Harris. I think she is so entry level. She's a social media creation. She is somebody that knows how to play the algorithm game. Far less intelligent. Say what you want about Hillary Clinton. I don't think Hillary Clinton is stupid. I just do not believe we will ever elect somebody like AOC. Can I see I've said on this show, we'll see a female president in my lifetime, which is about 17 more years to go.
Stop.
We will see a female before we see a third party. No question in my mind. But it's going to be a common sense Democrat female that cuts
like
through.
A Tulsi Gabbard.
Like a Tulsi Gabbard, which now I know I'm contradicting myself because I just said in another breath that moderate to liberal Democrats are a thing of the past. It's about the far left socialists and progressives. You're either going to see a Tulsi Gabbard female on the Democrat side, or you will see a fireball female that comes out. I'll take a shot right now. This is probably a complete long shot. Who's the girl that we really like in upstate New York that's running?
Elise Stefanik.
She's a pistol.
Yes.
I don't know if she could win, but I would give her more of a chance than AOC.
And it'll be now. The pundits have said that Mamdani's win will elevate Elise Stefanik, much for the reason that we talk about the yin and yang, the reaction. So oftentimes, after a major presidential election or a major national election, then what do you see? You see people go the other way. So in this case with New York going to Mamdani, then the prediction is that New Yorkers in the state try to push the reset button and sort of counter that or balance that with Elise Stefanik. And Elise Stefanik, obviously an incredible, she's smart, she's quick. I'm just going to push back on you with AOC.
Okay.
Do not underestimate her. Now, with Kamala Harris, obviously was a prosecutor, did very well in California, and I think could be even a governor candidate for California. I think Kamala Harris has a big name there, but Kamala Harris just was a horrible candidate on the national stage. Was not quick. I've long said I don't know what medication she's on, but I really have always felt that maybe she's on some kind of a prescription medication, thus the SD, the jokes that she may be a little, drinking a little wine. I don't think it's that. I think it's something else. But we saw it here in real time. We saw that CNN town hall. I should pull those clips just to have them like on Nick's board, because that was eye-opening that the Kamala Harris really could not answer quickly what she believed in and what her game plan was to fix the economy. AOC, on the other hand, when you see her, for example, when she's in session and she's questioning somebody and grilling them, I know you don't like me to say this to you.
No, it's
she's
fine.
quick. No, I don't mean you. I don't mean Nick. I mean you. And so she's quick. She is astute, and she goes for the jugular. But AOC is quick, and so don't discount her. She is not an idiot. She is not stupid. She does play the social media little stuff. I get that, but there's another side to her. And I've told you guys that since I will say this, since it was probably fifth grade, my sons were so a little younger than your daughters, Nick Kayal, than your twin little girls.
Mm-hmm.
And in their school, I would try to volunteer at least twice a week in the school because, I work so much, so I wanted to see them in school in action. These little girls would come out, Mrs. Menti, blah, blah, blah. And do you know AOC? Do you know her? So you think about that. Think about your daughters if they saw somebody as a role model at this age or even a year younger.
Yeah.
And then growing up with that person. So AOC has been very wise on social media and so on. I would be curious if you asked your daughters, did they know who she is? If you showed a picture, do you know her? I would be curious about that, but they might be too young. See, she's been going with people, you know what I mean, for all these years. And so now they feel like they've grown up with her.
I mean,
there's that nice lady that I grew up with, and she was so pretty in her gown, and now she's engaged. Do you know what I'm saying?
But you know what, though? I look at the economy, and if the economy's not where it needs to be, where the masses or the majority are saying we're in a good spot, does that give AOC a better chance? Yes. But then again, I sit there and I see her at these rallies, and she's jumping up and down like a Price is Right contestant. And then I sit there and I say, okay, visualize a debate with J.D. Vance against AOC and go tick for tack, right? And I think J.D. Vance would pick her apart because he's methodical and calm.
He'd pick anybody. I mean, he's
don't
amazing.
think she would pick him apart, but she would get emotional. And I think men, which, look, I'm not being sexist when I say this, but the future of America is going to be determined by Gen Z men versus Gen Z women to some degree. And you're going to sit there and say, wait a minute, okay, AOC, you threw a hissy fit and you threw all this energy out, but you didn't really provide any substance. Like, there's style with AOC, and I get deposing somebody on Capitol Hill is could be impressive at times, but you also have time to prepare. You have muted microphones. This is my time. You be quiet, and you bring out your little poster board props. That's a different venue and a different setting than debate night in America, where, as we know, even though most debates I think don't matter, but say that about June 27th last year, that debate where Biden was a debacle changed the landscape of America.
But I will say an AOC or a female Democrat, socialist, or I think that's what they're calling themselves, and Bernie Sanders really started that movement and has remained consistent. I will say this, that for those girls who have been, quote unquote, growing up with AOC, so they're now anywhere between 17 to maybe 19, and as they move forward in their life, what are they thinking about? So the Democrats are very good, and Mikey Sherrill's campaign was good with this, and in New York as well, to say to these young women who are 18 to 29, hey, the Republicans want to take away not just your right to, quote unquote, choose and control your body, but also Plan B. Plan B is where it's at. That is the thing that, they can take the next day after unwanted or unprotected, I should say, relations. And then it just forces them to get their period, basically. That's what Plan B. I'm just sorry to be so blunt. Jeez. And so it's not, they say, an abortion pill. It's something different. But that's what everybody's doing right now. Just pro tip, if you don't know that, that's what's going on. And so that is making the actual abortion issue antiquated, along with the fact that Trump figured out if you cut off all of the funding at the top, right, with Planned Parenthood, which was basically a money laundering operation, and then Trump took that out of the national spotlight. So I think the actual abortion issue has moved to the side a little bit, but Plan B, that is front and center.
All right, 855-839-1210. I promise all of your calls as soon as we come back. We're going straight to the phones. 855-839-1210. 20 minutes of your calls when we come back, leading right into Tony Bruno and the cut sheet.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Hi, Dawn Sensland here. Fall is in full swing. Oh, the air is crisp, holidays are coming, and it's the perfect time to cozy up your home with Kitchen Magic. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering their biggest discount ever. Up to 30% off your new kitchen cabinets or refacing project, 50% off your bathroom installation. With more than 60,000 happy customers and interest-free financing available, it's so easy to make your dream kitchen or bath a reality. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company. It is a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno coming up with takes and laughs and frivolity and a $50 gift card to cheer you up.
What?
At the Jug Handle Inn.
What?
That's right.
Wait, today's Wednesday? Wednesday?
I know the world's coming to an end, but it is Finger Frenzy Wednesday.
Yeah, man.
At the Jug Handle Inn, 7 to 10 p.m. tonight, half-price baskets of chicken fingers and fries. And you can wash that down with a couple of adult beverages to get over the fact that Mikey Sherrill is going to be the new governor of New Jersey. See, we'll try to help you cope.
Oh,
we are your therapy session.
We are. And I went off the diet last night.
Would you have
I was
a
watching.
Would you have a Stromboli?
You know, and
Would you have a calzone?
Michael and I were having pizza.
Oh, there we go.
You know what I mean? Because it's
There
like,
we go.
It's funny.
you got to do emotional eating on a night like that. And you're doing all your prep until midnight.
It's so
you
funny,
know?
Stenslin. You and I are cut from the same cloth because I had a bowl. I had a bowl of blueberry last night.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. Talk about something that will kill me.
Go figure.
My son made me get it for Halloween, and he doesn't actually like it. So he had like one scoop of it. He's like, "This is not good."
It's amazing.
So it's been in our pantry, and I saw it there, just sitting there. I'm like, I'm gonna have a bowl of blueberry. So I had a bowl of blueberry last night.
Me too.
A
Captain Crunch.
bowl of blueberry. Just to get through the fact that I wasn't going to get any sleep last night.
See, folks, just when you think you have this show figured out, Dawn and Greg turn into gluttons.
I know.
And I had a salad, no alcohol.
Wow.
A melatonin, and I went to bed.
Yeah.
See, you were good.
Be careful
That
with
was smart.
melatonins.
Yeah,
good boy.
with what Greg said. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, Captain Crunch. I was like raiding the cabinet.
Yeah.
I felt like looking for Captain Morgan, but I decided not to.
The inner fat kid in me was like, I was just like, I need something. Give me something.
That a guy. All right, let's get to your phone calls, 855-839-1210, as promised. Let's start with David, who is listening on the Odyssey app in Lexington, South Carolina. David, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are y'all doing?
We're good.
Hey, David.
I know you could be better, but, you know, you kind of stole some of my thunder, Nick. The Democrat Party, their platform is just, we hate Trump. And all it is a Potemkin village. There's no substance behind it. They can't deliver on anything. I don't know when that's going to catch up to them. I mean, look at Jim Clyburn. His district's one of the poorest out of all of 435, and yet he wins every time 80-20. When they can't deliver, all they can say is Trump, Trump, Trump. I'm just hoping at some point it catches up to them, and they realize, like you talked about, that their party has now been hijacked by this fringe left, and we do need to do a good job of saying, guys, look, your party left you. It's like when I left Richland County to go to Lexington, I didn't leave the county. I said the county left me.
Yeah.
So in this case, the Democrat Party has left them.
Well, it's funny
And I
you
hope they
say
realize
that. It's funny you say that, David, because I actually think it kind of works both ways when it comes to Trump. Because Trump's not going to be around forever for Republicans to get the Trump back endorsement. Now, look, Jack Ciattarelli was endorsed by Trump. You saw how that worked. But Trump has a very good track record historically in the 80% number of endorsing candidates that go on to win. And you're going to be looking for the next Trump. And you just can't go to the political tree and pluck yourself another Trump. But the same thing applies to Democrats. Democrats aren't going to have Trump to bang on in 3 years. So they're also going to have to figure out, how do we move forward in the non-Trump era where we don't have the orange man boogeyman to say all Republicans are this, so you must vote accordingly because it's the party of Trump. Both parties are going to be searching when Trump is out of the equation.
Absolutely. You know, when you see candidates that say, I'm a Trump person, to me that's talk. I want to see, like you talked about, I want to see the dog. I want to see the candidate that's a Trump candidate that acts like Trump, doesn't just talk it, they walk it.
Yes.
And I think Byron Donalds is one of those.
Yes, but you have to be authentic, David. It can't be forced.
Absolutely.
It can't be faked. If that's your natural personality, great. But we saw, when Ron DeSantis was at his best in Florida, he was, not being coached up.
Not mustard.
Not mustard, not the
Mustard.
the boot lifts and the Botox and, Ozempic and all of this weird smiling. He looked like the Joker after he fell into a batch of acid in the 1989 Jack Nicholson movie. Like, he just changed, right? And people were like, there's consultants. Everything consultants touch, they destroy in many aspects of life, by the way.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you think, and this is a question for all of you, do you think that had the Ciattarelli campaign doubled down and asked President Trump to come to New Jersey, hold a rally or two, would the Chittarelli campaign have gotten more support from, and it was a surprise, the young men that did not come out in droves? Do you think that doubling down on Trump would have attracted more people, and especially that demographic of young men?
I think the results might have been more respectable as far as the margin, but I don't think one or two Trump rallies would have given Jack the victory.
I agree.
Although I don't think he would have lost by 13 points.
I agree.
Maybe I don't think I'm taking the middle ground here, but maybe he only loses by 6 or 7, which still would be double what he lost the first time around, right? I've got the number here. Here's the raw number according to the Fox News Election Center for Jack Chittarelli's raw total vote. He got 1,378,391 total votes. I got to find, I don't know if, Greg, you found it. If not, I'll look for it. How many votes?
I texted you.
Oh, you did? Okay, let me look at it. Chittarelli got 1,255,185 votes. So Jack Chittarelli did go up by 100 and some odd thousand votes. So you can't say that he, quote, didn't do better, but it looks like Mikey Sherrill's group and her base and voters that are Democrats in New Jersey, again, were just more energized. And again, ask yourself why, right? Okay, so there was more energy for Jack, right?
That's a good point.
But the margin was still bigger in defeat.
But my question is, in other words, when Trump speaks, and this is for folks, if you don't like Trump or if you do like Trump or you're somewhere in the middle of it, when President Trump holds a rally or speaks about something, then it automatically gets this bright light put upon it, right? And it's elevated into the media, into the mainstream media. And so if Trump had then put up, hey, you know, can you believe this? She's accusing Jack Chittarelli of murder. Or, hey, look at the lies and what a liar with all of these ads. It would have elevated that internationally, by the way. Sometimes internationally it gets more coverage than locally. But that's the question I'm wondering aloud. Would that have at least elevated and put a microscope on the...
This was going to happen anyway. I really believe it. This was... I know people don't want to hear this, and I know, Fox News say, like, it's not. But this really was a referendum on Donald Trump. I mean,
I just don't know that it was.
Okay, then the Trump economy. How about that? Because this is what's happening right now. Is that, do you think Democrats were ready to walk on broken glass to vote for Mikey Sherrill? They absolutely were not.
So the Trump economy, we're at 3% inflation around there hovering, which is what the spot where we were.
We're going to lose 2 million jobs this year. The country's going to lose 2 million jobs this year.
Wait a minute. We've got by the way, Dave McCormick coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, Senator Dave McCormick. But look at the job creation, though. I mean, you're saying we're going to lose jobs, but that's not putting into effect the thousands of people who are going to be hired with all of the innovation and right here in Pennsylvania.
The economy
and right
stinks
here,
right now. The economy stinks right now. It does.
So take me through it. Compared to January 20th, when Trump came into office, tell me where we are, because we're better off right now than we were on January 20th.
Even the administration is saying that you're not going to actually feel it until next year. Yeah. So even they're saying the economy stinks. Well, so it's not just
they're
me
not saying it stinks. They're saying they're holding what was inherited 10 months. What are we, 10 months in?
Well, let me push back on what Stalker said about the referendum on Trump. Remember, Trump lost New Jersey by 5 points in 16, lost it by 10 in 20, but then came back this past year and only lost it by 5.
Agreed.
Here's what I think we have to realize.
Because the economy stunk in 2024.
But yes,
again.
Right. But we're also...
it's not hard.
No, that part I agree with. But we're dancing... Here's the thing. Jack Chittarelli went up 100-some thousand votes, okay?
Yeah.
Let's just call a spade a spade. We extracted all of the juice that the Jack Chittarelli piece of fruit has to offer. You couldn't get anything more out of Jack. Sometimes you are what you are, right? Like if you're a high school athlete and you're being recruited by Division III schools, it doesn't matter what you do. You're not going Division I, okay? If DeSales University wants you and Penn State doesn't, probably nothing you can do to get to Penn State to play ball. This is not an indictment against Jack. Jack improved in raw total numbers, but you got every drop you could out of him, right? Like, he's only going to take you so far because he is what he is. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's about the candidate right now. There was no PED for Jack that was going to turn him into Superman. He's a nice guy. He's a solid campaigner, but he's not spectacular. He doesn't cut through. Look at all of the.
He did. I think he had a lot.
In what regard?
I disagree. I think
what gets you excited about Jack?
I think that he's somebody who has. First of all, he put out a game plan for what he would do, and he's somebody who has actually run businesses at pretty high levels.
Mm-hmm.
He's somebody who actually understands how to fix an economy, and he put the game plan out there. I think the problem was that he was genuinely undercut by a lot of things. Number one, as far as being undercut in ads that were, look at the money being spent, ads that were lying about him.
By
So
$20 million
yes.
bucks.
But lying in political campaigns is like, remember when George W. Bush accused John McCain of having an illegitimate love child?
Was horrible.
I mean, like, lying in campaigns is nothing new.
Okay, but accusing somebody, which was horrible, and to his credit, George W. Bush claimed in that debate that he did not know about. He claimed he didn't know, and immediately they took it down. But claiming somebody had adopted a child who's allegedly a love child, which was a horrifying lie, by the way, to bring in somebody's adopted little girl into it, that was like one of the worst things. But I will say that's very different from repeatedly pounding people over the head and inundating them with tens of millions of dollars in ads that's lying to the people of New Jersey and claiming that he raised taxes in the past. So it went directly to how would he lead? You can't trust him. He raised taxes in the past. He's going to raise taxes again. No, he did not. That is a lie.
Okay, well, campaigns and ads lie. Democrats traditionally outspend Republicans. And, oh, by the way, if we want to talk about media or lack thereof in New Jersey, well, New Jersey hasn't had a TV station for a long time, right? For as far as the market goes, it's North Jersey, New York media, South Jersey, Philly.
There is there's no media market.
Then how did
Zero.
Then how did Chris Christie win?
Well, look at there. Do you want a big glutton and a liar? That's how you win, I guess.
Oh, okay, which proves my point. Jack's too nice.
Perhaps too much of a gentleman.
Jack's bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. I want dogs. I want political animals. I'm not interested in, I always said this about football. I don't need 53 Tim Tebows on my pro football team. Cool, he's a Christian. Yeah, he's a virgin. Great, couldn't throw the ball. Great. Awesome. You know who could throw the ball? Michael Vick. Yeah, he killed dogs. Yeah, you know what? He was the comeback. He was the comeback player of the year, and he put butts in the seats. So we can live in this utopian, distorted reality of I hope Jack Chitterelli's the kind of guy that I want him tucking my grandkids into bed with and having a cup of milk and cookies.
But what we have is, at the end of the day, I would submit to you that if the GOP had like a like a Trump Force 47 type Michael Whatley, Laura Trump, which I can't say this strongly enough.
Yeah.
What that organization with our friend Linda Kearns will be up ahead. Trump Force 47. They were so organized, and at the grassroots level, were in touch with the people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what New Jersey lacked and that's the kind of support and scaffolding that Jack Chitterelli and his campaign, as well as campaigns across the country and here in Pennsylvania, did not receive.
Yeah.
The only other thing, if I may say,
Sure.
about this economy, inflation is at 2.9%, which is lower than it was when Trump was sworn into office. Unemployment, 4.3%.
It's what people
and
feel.
then look at I know.
I say this all the time.
There are two economies that we're feeling.
The Biden administration was trying to do this in 2024 too, and I said it then that it's all what people are feeling.
Yep.
People are not
why are
happy with the economy right now.
And why is it doubled down? Why is it supersized, I should say, because of the government shutdown, which is why late last week.
They don't like that either. And they blame Republicans for it, clearly.
Oh, they always blame for a shutdown. And by the way, this is now historic because we're past the 35-day mark.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, and Trump knew that. I think he started to panic and push the panic button late last week, as we've been
the
Democrats
won, so I'm sure the shutdown will be over this week.
So
seriously,
good
you know what I
job
mean?
with that.
Like,
you got played, GOP.
Oh boy.
You got played, and you Pennsylvania GOP. You got it. You got to get yourselves together.
Yeah.
Get it to how many years?
Yeah, and you know what? I feel bad for some of the people that I met, that I know, that I have a relationship with now in New Jersey with Jack's campaign. Our buddy Steve Pacraduni,
all
Steve
great people.
Steve Pacraduni, great dude, and he
All great people.
works his ass off.
Yes.
full time job in the automotive industry, and then does this, as his passion side hustle.
Zioli had an amazing tweet last night, and I just wanted to pull it up. It was something, and I'm not quoting here, so if I get anything wrong, I apologize, but it's something like, I feel bad for the people that gave their heart and soul to this campaign, the ones who missed soccer games and this. I know he's including himself in that too, but the people who really, really, this grassroots effort that really tried to bring it home for Jack.
Yes.
And I think that sums it up perfectly. It's like people tried. It just was not.
Look, sometimes
it just was not happening.
Sometimes the jockey works his ass off. Sometimes the trainer and the staff work their ass off, but sometimes the horse you're backing is just not a thoroughbred.
Yep.
It's just the truth.
I think I'm pushing back on you, Nick, only because when you look at Spanberger in Virginia, or you look at even Mikey Sherrill, you look at her actually on the campaign trail. When you look at Democrats, they're able to make lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah.
They're able to do that. Why? Because they pour money into it. They have a structure.
And they have a building advantage. They have the media advantage.
Yes.
There are just still things out there that they have that Republicans have to be spectacular at to overcome, right?
So what is it about the GOP calling you out as far as organization, as far as spending the money? Why won't they spend the money? I mean, why wouldn't you just say, hoorah, we got to do everything. We have to win They don't.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I'm available for consultation. $10,000 an hour. 855.
No, I don't think they want to spend the money, Nick.
That's
I think
where
they're
you're
hoarding the money.
For what? For a rainy day?
I'll take $500 an hour.
They're not spending it on the candidates.
That's
So what
true.
are they doing?
That's right.
And they're not working their keisters off. You look at the Democrats right now, they're like wiped out because they gave it everything they had. You guys use the sports analogies, Nick especially. The Democrats today are exhausted. Their campaigns gave it 100%. And no doubt the Republican candidates' campaigns also are exhausted and feel sick and kicked in the teeth today. But what about the GOP organization that was supposed to be there for them? I'm simply saying, where were you?
Yep. Still celebrating from last November, probably.
Well, can I just read this? And I know we're way over. We're just so over. The clock today is going to be, sorry. Larry Keefe writes in, it says, the Republicans have missed the entire election cycle. Overconfidence has taken its toll. Too much dependence on the DJT election. The Dems came in prepared. Wait to see how many Republicans sat at home yesterday and didn't go and vote. That's Larry writing into me. Greg.stocker@odyssey.com if you want to send me your response at 7:30 this morning.
Bruno is coming up next, live from Florida, but first, live from Ardmore, it's Piazza Nissan. Let me tell you about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, but the truth is they're more like family. It's a true story. Actually is coming up, it'll be 4 weeks on Monday when my wife and I went to Piazza Nissan of Ardmore and hooked both of us up. Think about this. My wife and I, 2 kids, 2 vehicles, all in less than 2 hours. 2 trade-ins for 2 Nissan models, and the transition, well, it was seamless. My wife upgraded a 2014 SUV for a brand new Nissan Pathfinder SUV with a lot of bells and whistles on it. It was also time for me to get out of my Honda Ridgeline truck lease that I had, and I got into a 2025 Nissan Frontier Pro 4X. Awesome truck, much stronger than my Honda Ridgeline. And I decided to finance the new truck. My wife took advantage of some great lease opportunities with her Pathfinder. And the dealership, complete professionals. They'll do the same for you. Honestly, they really will. And how about this? You can take advantage of the same offer that my wife took advantage of. You can get 0% financing. Think about that, 0%, 60 months on the most popular Nissan SUVs, which include the Pathfinder. If you want to go a little smaller, you have the Murano and, of course, the Rogue. But the wife wanted the Pathfinder. It's all about 7 or 8 seats. It's all about that third row. Cheerleading bags, dance studio bags, other girls from the neighborhood. It's a disaster, but the Pathfinder will help you out. The brand ranked number 1 by J.D. Power for new vehicle quality amongst all of your mainstream brands. That's Toyota, that's Honda, that's Nissan, that's Acura. Stop by Piazza Nissan today, Lancaster Avenue in Ardmore, or shop online anytime, piazzanissan.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7.50, Kayal and Company. We are live, rolling along as we reach the halfway point on a What Up Wednesday, a jug handle in Wednesday. Let's go down to a state where Republicans have stars. Republicans know how to win elections. Guys like Ron DeSantis, Byron Donalds, on down the list, Marco Rubio. The Sunshine State is where the GOP stars.
Mustard!
Yes!
Mustard.
And the star of the show for the next 2 hours is the man, the myth, the legend, fresh off of multiple days of the Dom Show.
Woo!
Quick turnaround. Bruno's not on load management.
Quick turnaround. That was 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Welcome back, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Dawn, everybody did a great job. All we were doing yesterday, and that's what I love about doing stuff during the day as opposed to night, because things are done. When you're on the air and live things are going on in an election, and you're just trying to, throw all the plates in the air, and Dawn and everybody at the station did a great job. It was an honor to fill in for Dom. And that's what we do. We don't you can tell people to go out and vote till the cows come home, but the cows don't come home because there'd be steak, and then they'd cost $75 for one ribeye. So that's why the cows stay out and don't come home anymore. And the bottom line on all this, guys, is that it doesn't matter. The people spoke. And so now they have to everybody's panicking. This will be important next year. Next year, July, with Mamdani in New York, he'll have a whole year to see whether he'll backtrack, and he already backtracked about he's not going to give away free groceries. So people will keep an eye on this guy in New York, and the people who voted in Zamdani, they're not New Yorkers. They live in New York. New York is no longer occupied by New Yorkers, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you placate a crowd that wants free stuff that's in here, many of them, have no clue what's going on. They just are happy to find a way to live in a place with 15 other people in New Jersey or New York. That's what they're going to do. People want, even in Philly, I got all these dirtbags coming at me because I live in Florida, and they're all socialists, all the yimbies. We've got all these weak men, the yimbies. Yes, in my backyard. Yes, until it comes into their backyard. Then they go running for the hills. All the people who wanted the Sixers arena downtown. All the people like, build, tear down all these houses and let's build gigantic projects again. These are the people now, the young people who are supposedly the smart ones, the YIMBYs. YIMBYs are the cancer in this country right now, and especially the ones in Philly. These people are mentally fried. Yeah. They're a danger to America. They're a threat to our democracy. I'll even go that far.
Tony Bruno. He is brought to you by the Jug Handle Inn.
Yeah, he is.
Finger Frenzy Wednesday at the Jug from 7 to 10 p.m. tonight. You get half-price baskets of chicken fingers and fries only at the Jug. We will give in about less than 2 hours from now, your chance to get a $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn and take advantage of that.
Look at his shirt, by the way.
Eagles!
YouTube.com.
Eagles, remember now.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're getting over there. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Get on over there right now. And also hit this button. Come on, what are we doing here? Let's go. Almost 10 minutes late.
Let's do this.
Which almost 10 minutes late is kind of early for us. What's on the cut sheet on this? What Up Wednesday, sponsored by our good friends at Tri-County Auto Group. Tri-County Auto. They have great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Rams. By the way, did I tell you I drive a Toyota, a RAV4? It's the greatest car known to mankind. The safest car. Thank you. Safest car. Just check the Kelly Blue Book ratings. I will drive a Toyota RAV4 until I'm dead and buried. But they have great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Rams. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you. Tri-County Auto for sponsoring.
By the way,
what's on the cut sheet
on
this Wednesday?
Tony, you make a really good point, and I think when you say YIMBYs, I saw this tweet. Who sent this out? I forget. Batya Ungar Sargon?
Yes.
She says...
Sargon, yeah, she's awesome. She's really awesome.
Mamdani's base is the over-credentialed, downwardly mobile, 20 to 30-something hipster who thinks they are working class because they have student loans. Mamdani is the patron saint of the Nepo baby socialists, the Pied Piper of Bushwick. They don't actually need Mamdani to deliver on his promises. These people wouldn't be caught dead in an Aldi, let alone a government-owned supermarket. That's a really good point.
I love Batya. She tells it like it is. She speaks up for the Jewish people, and she nails it all the time.
Yeah.
Not because I just agree with her. She's funny, she's smart, and she's exactly right. And all of you urbanists in Philadelphia who think we need the Broad Street subway and we need to do this, that, and the other, go move to New York, okay? Take that crap to New York. Yep. Get it out of Philadelphia. This one guy, everything is evergreen. I lived and worked in Philly. This guy's yelling at me because I moved to Florida. Guess what? Everybody's moving to Florida.
Yes.
All you people in New Jersey. Okay, I'm going to build a wall on 295. I'm going to build a wall on every freeway coming into Florida to keep all of you people out of here. Stay out of my... Don't, New Jersey should have become Florida. Yeah, New Jersey has now become New York City North or South, wherever the hell they are.
We're going to get...
Depending on where you are in the state. Some parts of New Jersey are actually farther north than New York, but that's geography, and I don't want to deal with it.
I have all the speeches. We will play them all. I just wanted
I don't want any speeches.
I wanted to
When you're the mayor of New York City and you don't even acknowledge Americans, tell me what that says. He didn't even acknowledge the Americans in New York City.
We'll get to Mamdani in 1 second, but I wanted to pivot because, the cut sheet is fluid and it goes where you guys take me.
Yeah.
So I want to start with Governor Mustard. Was on with Hannity last night talking about how to your point, Tony, and Dawn brought this up earlier, that all the New Jerseyans are migrating or have migrated to Florida. Roll 40, Sean.
Well, Jack would have won 4 years ago, and he would have won tonight if you just take all the Republicans who've left New Jersey since I've been governor and moved to Florida. If they could have still voted in New Jersey, he would have won both of those races. Same thing with New York City. Maybe not a Republican, but, Giuliani would not be able to win with this electorate the way it is now. Because what happens, Sean, is a leftist politician gets in, whether it's destroying a state like California, Illinois, New York, whether it's a city like New York City or Chicago. And the people that it tends to drive off are the center-right voters. And so when they leave, the resulting electorate is actually more liberal. That's how you go from Lori Lightfoot to Brandon Johnson in Chicago, which is digging the hole deeper. That's why you've gone from 8 years at de Blasio, now leapfrogging here 4, to have Mamdani, who's even going to be worse. And what we found in Florida is, first of all, we're not asking for anyone to move. I mean, people have talked about putting a tariff on people moving in at this point because so many have done so. And I know a lot of people in Florida would think that would be necessary.
Mustard.
But here's just the truth.
Mustard.
You look at all 49 other states since I've been governor, look at who's migrated to Florida. All 49. More Republicans.
All right, it's enough for Ron. The music
Florida.
is playing. It's back to Hannity.
Yeah, all right, Ron, cut it off.
I hate
Cut it off.
TV is so...
Yeah, it blows.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Like, let the guy talk. He's on a roll. Like, he's saying things. Like, we need to get to break. My pillow needs to have some ads in. Like, come on, guys. Stop.
Yeah. You know, it's also interesting, and he's right. Now, I read the poll about the Mamdani migration, and the poll showed that there could be a mass exodus in New York of up to a million residents leaving the state. I mean, I don't know if it'll be a million, but it will be a couple 100,000 for sure, because a lot of New Yorkers have the money and the means to get out of there. If you can afford to live there, you can afford to leave.
Well, I was, when Mamdani in his speech talked about a poor guy from Pennsylvania who drives 2 hours each way, each day, I thought he was talking about my husband at first. All those tolls and the expense, because you cannot afford... The affordability issue, no matter how much you make or how much you've saved in your life, it is totally unaffordable to live in New York City. You can't find like a hole in the wall. If you're a student, if you like have a student in your life and you like lied about it, which they would catch you, but I'm just saying, even if you had all these things, it's like $3,000 for like the size of a bathroom to rent monthly. It's insane, the affordability issue.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe what DeSantis said, though, that if all these people hadn't moved to Florida, the outcome might be different? I don't.
I mean, I think the margins are different. I think the 13-point win or a 16-point win is smaller, but I'm also old enough to remember when everybody tried to tell me last year that New York was in play for Trump. Yeah, and now we went from Trump could win New York to electing a terrorist sympathizer who is a socialist in 10 months.
By the way, what Governor DeSantis said is dead on about Rudy Giuliani. Remember, 9/11 happened.
Yep.
Rudy Giuliani was the hero of America.
Yep.
He was showing you how to lead New York City, the greatest city on earth, the most important city in the world when it comes to importance on the global scale. And that now you go fast forward, the guy who was talking about his fake aunt dying or being afraid to go out in New York City now is he's right. Rudy Giuliani could not win in this climate in New York.
Nope.
These years after 9/11, but a guy who was a buddy of the New York of the terrorists and basically outwardly not rooted for them, but he wasn't obviously angry at what happened in New York. Now he's the mayor of New York. Tell me how that could possibly happen in this world.
But to your point, they're younger. And so those people that would be the Rudy voters or even remembered 9/11, right? We always say
that's a good
never
point.
forget.
That's a good point.
They moved.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And if you're young, it's not. Don't forget. You didn't know. You didn't live it. You right. The same. You talk about Yimbys and that tweet I read from Ungar, whatever her name is, Sardon.
Batya Sargon. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, I can't even get Winsome Earl Sears correct.
True. It's
or Earl Winsome Sears.
Well, she can't either, unfortunately. Now she's going to have to go out and sell some guns in Northern Virginia. That's her only hope now. Sell more guns.
Might as well have trotted out Winston from Ghostbusters from last night.
Winston Zeddemore.
Winston Zeddemore, for God's sakes.
Wait a minute. How about Jameis Winston, backup quarterback from the New York Giants? They could have trotted him out.
That's right. I'm going to go trot for a bottle of Jameson when I get off the air.
Winsome Sears will probably do a better job of selling, hunting rifles than she did on this campaign.
But the people that are voting for Mamdani are the same people I see riding around here on Market Street when I leave here at 10:20 on a scooter, wearing a COVID mask, wearing scrubs as they go to their medical school at Drexel to walk out $280,000 in debt. And then claim to be oppressed.
I'm telling you guys this, and Don hinted at this earlier. We're gonna play some of his speech, but take caution with this because this guy is. I mean, I see this as this is the way the Democrats are going, and he has that just enough of that populist message in there that it is appealing to Trump voters. And I know it's heresy to say that. but it's 100% true. The people who are, hey, stuff's not affordable. We can't afford to live in New York. Help us out here. If that's free stuff, they don't care. They just want help. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. So just be careful about that. That's all I'm saying.
Michael was watching with me last night.
Yep.
The Mamdani speech.
Your son, yes.
My son, my college-age son. And so he says, Mom, when Mamdani gets to the part, and I know Greg will play it, but he gets to the part where he's basically talking about how they want to divide us and we're getting played, and how they want to divide somebody who's making $20 an hour with somebody making $30 an hour, et cetera. Like we're all getting played message and getting played against each other and divided by that way. He turns, he goes, Mom, that's what you say all the time.
That's true.
And so to Greg's point, I'm just saying, listen to the speech when Greg plays it. And I think that's a problem that on conservative media or Fox News or whatever, they're not playing the whole speech. And so then conservatives or, non-Dems or whatever get surprised.
Except
how come this communist is so popular? Listen to him speak.
But the only problem is what you've already said. He doesn't have the authority and the legal ability to implement what he's promising.
It's just a bunch of empty promises, 100%.
He's playing all of these dopes too. But this guy didn't just descend down from the heavens with the real answer.
But that's what politics is. It's a bunch of empty promises.
Oh, I know.
It's all politics.
Exactly.
Let's play a little bit of Mamdani, Sean. This is cut 30, if you will. I don't know if I have the exact part that Dawn was talking about. I watched the entire speech, but I just pulled a couple clips because there's only so much of this I can take. But by the way, he has the Bernie Sanders message, but he has a more slick presentation. And the Bernie Sanders message, if it was delivered by anybody but Bernie Sanders in 2016, in my opinion, would have gotten the Dem nomination, because Bernie's like old and curmudgeonly and he's not the best spokesperson for it.
Oligarchy.
But his message is very popular, guys. I'm sorry to say, but it is, and it takes a slick guy like this to deliver that message that kids are like, wow, really? This is you're speaking our language. I wrote some of this, Sean.
Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
Oligarchy.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
You called Trump a despot.
This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Why not pump up the volume? Pump up the volume. Dance,
that was trolling. That was epic. I mean, I know you don't want to hear me say that, but that was an epic speech if you watched it in total, right? And this guy is an effective speaker, and he should not be underestimated.
Well, look, the future of America right now in the next 9 or 10 months, all eyes will be on what Mamdani does and what Trump does with the economy, and that will impact what the future looks like in 2028 for not only J.D. Vance, but also for AOC, if she is to be the next step in the socialist revolution, if Mamdani is successful, which I don't believe he will be, and if Trump fails in the economy, which I don't think he's going to, the question will be, what are you feeling a year from now? What are you feeling 2 and 3 years from now? Trump and Mamdani now set up the odds and probability for Vance and AOC in 2028. That's the way I see the landscape.
You know what Bernie and Mamdani have in common? Neither one had a real job or ever signed a paycheck in their lives.
True.
They're both crisis actors.
100%.
This guy's a slicker, younger version. He's a shyster, and people fell for him. God bless you. You voted for him. You can have him. Thank God.
Let's play a little bit more.
Thank God.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks.
I'm telling you guys, this message resonates.
Alongside unions.
Of course it does. The drifters love drifting.
It's like Howard Stern.
Yeah.
You know, there's the corporate, evil corporate, and the pig vomit and whatever.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Yep.
It's an old bit, but it plays well.
The masses are asses. How many times do we have to say that?
That's right.
Keep going, Sean.
Just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed.
You know what? Actually, just pause it again. I'm sorry, Sean. I'm making this your life more difficult. But it's amazing to me that you can run for mayor of New York City and never once really have to address your actual opponent. Think about that. And I'm sure he mentioned Curtis Sliwa by name. I don't know how many times.
Oh, he had a...
But his entire campaign, just like Spanberger, just like Cheryl, again, I go back to quality of candidate. If the blueprint is, and oh, by the way, ended up being successful, just bang on Trump, what does that say about the Republican Party? Yeah. They're basically saying, Curtis Sliwa, I don't even need to address you, homie. I'll deal with Cuomo a little bit, but I'll make it about Trump. The problem.
Well, he knew what this, but guys, he knew what this was about, though. It wasn't about Cuomo. It wasn't about Sliwa. It was about Trump. So he brought he's bringing that message home, and Road Warrior says that he's going to be seizing everything he possibly can. Absolutely, he's going to take over everything. He just is.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Mom Donnie's going to seize everything? What does that mean?
Meaning he wants to make government run everything.
Oh, well, we already...
Socialism.
He's going to tell people who own buildings in New York City, apartments, what to do when they want to charge people rent and what they want to charge people.
Yep.
He thinks that people in New York are going... The people who own these buildings, which are rapidly leaving, who's going to go in there and replace them? Migrants, who are scraping that make ends meet to even live in North Jersey or someplace that's not New York City. Who's going to control the rent? How is he going to control rents in New York City? This guy can't even control his hair plugs, for God's sake.
He does. I will give him this. He has a great line on Cuomo. We'll get to that in 1 second.
Yeah, but he's slick. He's very slick.
Keep running a little bit of this, please, Sean.
A city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants.
Stop it for a second. You know what this is? It's going to be, New York is going to go the way of London.
Oh, yes.
Look at what's happening in London, England.
And we mock it all the time on the cut sheet.
That is the direction that New York City is going to go in. By design.
Yep. Get ready for your subway stabbings, your train murders, all of that to go off the charts, because this guy doesn't believe in police. He doesn't believe in locking people up. Yeah, you're right. It's going to become the Big Apple. It's going to be London. It's going to be London 2.0. And also, too, think about how crazy this is. At least in Philadelphia, and as I see, 75% plus of the vote went for Larry Krasner. Remarkable. The murder rate of Chicago, and 3 out of every 4 people say, yeah, give me more of that. Hell, he's 64. He's not term limited. Give me 2 more decades of Larry Krasner in Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
At least Philadelphia said, you know what, Helen Gim, get the hell out of here. We draw the line at Sherelle Parker. At least Chicago, as bad as Brandon Johnson is, who's worse than Lori Lightfoot, at least it's not Mom Donnie. New York, what a disgrace. I feel for your husband, Dawn. He's got to go in there 2 hours every morning to that godforsaken town.
Drive. Well, yeah, and
God.
Here's the thing to watch, to your points, as you talk about, is New York City, which is obviously within America the largest city, but is also obviously a mecca in the world as far as a financial capital, Wall Street, etc.
Exactly.
And so you think about Mamdani, he avoided the police issue. He went to, of course, the funerals of police officers killed. But what he avoided was really talking about a very popular police commissioner, Jessica Tisch. She's very popular. He did state about, what was that, 2 weeks ago, when he did say that he would ask her to stay on as police commissioner, but he never really addressed this issue of policing. He was accused of supporting, obviously, defund the police.
Yep.
But Jessica Tisch is somebody who there's no question in my mind, she will be the mayor of New York. And so Mamdani will quickly see that she's a threat. I think he'll try to get rid of her, and that would be a mistake on his part, because she would, I believe, had she run in this, she would be the mayor.
Just one other tidbit as we're talking about New York and, of course, Philadelphia and Larry Krasner. Did you guys see this? Alvin Bragg got reelected.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Alvin Bragg.
I mean...
I mean, it's per usual.
Yeah.
What's happening? I mean, like we said an hour ago, Jen Shorn, the DA of Bucks County, got trounced, but and she's arresting pedophiles, but Bucks County was like, nope, they got rid of every Republican on every school board. That was what happened. That was what happened last night. A little bit more.
And as of tonight, led by an immigrant, so hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Well, we'll see how he feels about that when the feds come and they deploy National Guards and things like that. But I would say this, and I don't know if people will agree with this, and I'm not even sure that it's the correct position to take, but it's what I'm feeling right now at the moment. If I'm Trump, I don't take the bait with this guy. Mamdani has made a living right now off of using Trump's name. Trump usually punches up. I wouldn't punch down. I don't care that it's his hometown. I don't care that he's a socialist. I don't care that there's anything else out there that you could say, well, we could easily pick him apart. Ignore him. Because if you placate...
When has Trump ever ignored anyone?
Well, no, that's why I'm saying it's probably
Are we taking bets on this one? He called him a despot on live television.
Is that worse than deplorable? Do we have to replace deplorable with despot now?
And he got a big laugh when he said, and I know you're watching, 4 words. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So...
Of course you've been watching. All right, he had a good line though about Andrew Cuomo. Sean, can you play 29? Because God, I despise Andrew Cuomo.
Allowed to hold power, and yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
The Cuomos.
The Cuomos.
And he quoted Mario at one point.
Stink. Yeah, I know.
But they were in New York.
When will he get the name of the Verrazano Bridge changed now? We got to get all the Cuomo references, yeah. Get them out.
But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
There you go.
There you go. Turn the page. Everybody say it with me. Turn the page.
Turn the page.
But think about
turn the page.
Think about these. I know. What's his face from Minnesota's Wife. So here's the thing about what he's doing. The individuals who came out in droves, who are his loyal followers, any one of us, if you put something out on X or Insta, they've swarmed you. You know what I mean? Like mosquitoes at a picnic after you've been, I don't know, eating something with syrup. They just are so loyal to him. But think about what he's doing with them. These are individuals who are still living at home. Like you said, the Nepo babies, they're supported. They've never really had a job. They've never really done anything. And they really wish to live a purpose-driven life. They're like that parakeet in the cage pecking at the mirror all day with their selfie selves.
Pretty bird.
Yes. And so now here's Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, telling them what they've toppled, what they've accomplished. So
He's
now
Robin
all of a
Hood.
sudden he's pumping them full of all of this purpose. Look at you. Look at what you've done. And it's all of this like phony, like faux, as if you went to war or as if you really did something. But you're going to be the greatest generation. No. But think about how by doing this, the story narrative is you did this. Look at all you've accomplished. You are so courageous. You've sacrificed so much. Think about how he's doing this and how effective of a speaker that he is.
Well, look,
that's all I'm just trying to say.
This will be from now until late January. It'll be the honeymoon phase, and then the first 30 days and the first 90 days. But eventually, you have to put up wins on the board, and you have to put runs up on the scoreboard. And I don't think he'll be able to do that. And then eventually, the honeymoon phase, typically wears off, right?
But then what he's going to say is, I'm trying to do all of this, and he's going to blame the assembly, which, by the way, he's been a member of for multiple years, and he could have proposed some of this stuff, never did. But he's also going to blame, and then Elise Stefanik either is going to win or Hochul should be running against Hochul. So he's either going to blame Hochul or if Stefanik wins the next governorship. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he'll have people to blame.
Let me read this email.
Guys, the big story, though, that we're not talking about here,
We're
because it's
not,
on the other side of the country,
Yeah.
is the vote on the Proposition 50
That's
that
the
will
big
allow Gavin Newsom to basically redistrict and put more seats in for Democrats when the Democrats already have pretty much 99% of the seats. So it's basically convinced people in California that they were voting to impeach Trump, not to keep California from keeping it 100% Democratic control of Congress. That's what that was all about. And the people voted yes on that prop that is going to allow Gavin Newsom to get more seats in Congress when California, as I mentioned, is 99.9% Democrat run.
And they're probably
That's
going
going
to
to affect
House,
the election next year.
Yep.
Yeah, the House. That's what I'm talking about. They're going to take back the House because of this redistricting stuff, and that's the game plan. Just the same thing that they're out there talking about packing the Supreme Court. They're getting ready to change everything, and it's not going to be for the better for the average Americans. That's who I talk about. I got all these strappers in Philly coming at me on my Twitter account. I'm a has-been. Nobody cares about you. Guys with 25 followers are telling me that I'm not relevant in Philadelphia.
You are
I haven't been in Philadelphia, and I'm more relevant than you dirtbags will ever be, you yimby dopes. Go to Kensington and go get on your knees and go get me some crack. Go get me some crack, you suckers.
Oh, my goodness.
Tony Bruno is Philadelphia.
Come at me.
Are Philadelphia.
You come at me.
Yeah.
Tony Bruno
Come
might
at
be
me.
the only guy that could take down Larry Krasner in a
baby.
runoff. If Bruno had a law degree, the only guy that could defeat Larry Krasner.
Now, I wouldn't even waste my time. You deserve Larry Krasner, all you dumbasses who voted for him. Larry Krasner cares about Trump. Is there another district attorney in America who makes his whole campaign about the president of the United States?
Alvin Bragg.
Fix
they
the
both
damn
won.
crime, Larry.
Yep. Didn't even once have to address Judge Dugan.
No,
It's unbelievable.
That's how stupid all you yimbies and morons in Philadelphia are. I'm more passionate about Philly than all of you deadbeat socialist low-life crumbs. Crumb creep cowards.
Exactly right, Tony. One more second here. Here we go.
You're a creep.
Yeah.
You're a coward.
Yeah.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
Exactly.
Rizzo, hey,
damn right.
Prop 50, that yes, the couple of factoids in that. I know that we said this in the 6 o'clock hour or half hour, but $27 million raised very quickly. Gavin Newsom puts this together in warp speed, I might add, gets people to stand in line until late last night. They were still standing in line to vote for this thing, got that going, and got the momentum. This puts, in, I just want to propose the question and just tee this up for you guys to talk about. Does this put Newsom back on the map as that presidential, material that he would put this up there? And will it be a model for the nation?
I'll tell you what, if Mamdani has a modicum of success, if the economy's not where it needs to be, I think AOC is going to blow out Gavin Newsom in a primary. I still don't think AOC will be
But here's
president.
the other thing about out there. They counted 6.5 million votes, 60% of the ballots in California in 36 minutes. And that the amount, there were 4,110,000 voters who said yes on congressional redistricting. 2,268,000 said no. 64% to 35%. Tell me that the people in California are even dumber than the people in Philadelphia when it comes to voting for things that they know nothing about, like the DA's race here, where this clown Krasner can win 3 consecutive terms with nothing to account for and the crime running out of control. Tell me you're not stupid if you keep voting for Larry Krasner. Tell me how you keep doing that.
You can't. You can't defend the unexplainable.
Tony, since you're fired up, can you help me out here? Today,
absolutely,
just a bang up show today. Just knocking it out of the park. We've all brought our A game as we usually do on days after big
on
events.
3 hours sleep.
3 hours sleep, but only 180 likes. I mean, that is disgraceful.
Aww.
That is a disgrace.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. We have now. You got Soros buying the YouTube feed,
yes,
and disenfranchising all the people watching and listening to the show around the world.
Thank you, Tony. Absolutely. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button. What are you waiting for? What are you doing? Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210
Can I just,
WPHT.
since you talked about the money,
the money.
To be fair, the top donors in the 2024 election, Soros, I don't think even makes. In the 2024 election, doesn't even make the top, 100? The top was Elon Musk, according to OpenSecrets.com.
Right.
All this stuff has to be reported. Elon Musk, $291 million. Wow. $291.5 million. Timothy Mellon, number 2 at nearly $200 million. Miriam Adelson, $148 million.
No, you're right about that, Dawn.
So
you're absolutely right. But see, Trump didn't need... Elon Musk definitely helped Trump, but Elon Musk did not help the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. You know, their oligarchs were better in this election than the oligarchs were for the Democrats because they had the worst candidate. They had a candidate who was unelectable.
Yep.
So the Democrats killed themselves with the way they butchered the whole Biden thing, and then Kamala up there, who's a nitwit. And so they didn't need to pump money into Trump. Trump was blowing everybody out of the water. But if you're going to talk about big money going toward a candidate, what about what's going on with Mamdani? You got Alex Soros in a picture with him. They funded Mamdani's socialist agenda in New York. So oligarchs will support oligarchs. Even that's because it's a joke. Bernie Sanders with the whole oligarchy thing. Mamdani won because of socialism money being poured into all of these idiots who won their elections last night. I'm not blaming the candidates. I'm blaming the people who voted for these morons.
It's amazing, too, how the candidates that hate the oligarchies have no problem taking the money from said oligarchy
exactly.
to get into office. Right?
Who has more followers than Elon Musk? He said to vote for Cuomo, and Cuomo got waxed.
Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. We have so much more. I played like 2 cuts, and I have 11 pages. Dawn Stenslin, talk to us about kitchen magic.
Oh, yes. We got to talk about the magic in your kitchen if you want to hide out in the kitchen, perhaps. The kitchen really is the heart of the home, especially when you think of the holidays upcoming, Thanksgiving before we know it, and the holiday season of Christmas and beyond. This time of year, when it gets cold outside, you want that kitchen to be cozy, beautiful, and updated. And it's really where the cook, you laugh, you cook, you gather with all the people that we love the most. And do you ever notice you fix up the house, you clean, you're like, everybody out of the kitchen. Everybody wants to be in the kitchen. And that's where my friends from Kitchen Magic really come in. So if your kitchen could use a little magic, right now is the perfect time. You got to get going. Kitchen Magic offering their biggest discount ever, up to 30% off your new kitchen cabinets. Or what about a refacing project for the cabinets? 50% off your bathroom installation. 50% off. Now, they are American made right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So obviously completely tariff proof. That's not an issue. And have been family owned since 1979 with more than 60,000 happy customers. Plus, Kitchen Magic offers interest-free financing for every budget. So create the warm, cozy, welcoming space that your family deserves, and you deserve it. With Kitchen Magic, visit them, kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again. And that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big too with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
We are back. 8:35. It is a What Up Wednesday, Jug Handle In Wednesday with Tony Bruno. About an hour to an hour and 15 minutes from now, your chance. Caller 12, when we give you the cue to call.
Yeah.
$50 gift card.
Yeah, man.
Half-price baskets of fingers and fries. Chicken fingers and fries. That's how you really you deal with defeat. You get a lot of greasy fried food, and you find pleasure and comfort in food that is now half price that will still kill you. And we'll do that coming up.
I don't feel defeat. I don't know. I'm not defeat.
Nope.
To me, I don't feel defeat.
Me neither.
I didn't care about any of these races except the Larry Krasner one.
Thank you.
Because Larry Krasner is the worst thing that's ever happened to Philadelphia after Jim Kenney. So the Larry Krasner one is the one that pisses me off the most because people still vote for this guy without any legitimate reason. Oh, it's happening everywhere else. I don't care who the governor of New Jersey is. I don't care who the mayor of New York is. None of that stuff affects my life. I feel bad for Dawn. I feel bad for people in New York. My favorite tweet, this guy writes, Jack Can't decide if I'm watching The Siege, 1988, Bruce Willis and Denzel Washington, or Escape from New York tonight. One's about the feds locking the city down. The other's about what happens when they don't. So those are the two choices people in New York City were looking at. Which movie do I watch that explains? And Snake Plissken, I think he's too tired to come back now.
Snake Plissken.
But it's funny you bring up a movie reference. Great minds think alike. I got an email from Stephen O'Mara says, with the headline of the email, the subject being "Democracy is Dead." He says, Nick, after a clean sweep last night, I feel like the Republican Party has died. The noble loser mentality, where we constantly take the high road in our ads, comments, etc., has proven ineffective again. After last night, there's an opening for a Newsom or AOC presidency. A Vance Rubio ticket will have a, quote, Trump stamp on his back that will age just like the Chinese zodiac tattoo symbol girls used to get in the 90s. Just like Colonel Troutman said in Rambo, it's over, Johnny.
Can I say this, guys?
It's not over, folks.
This is, we say this all the time. Again.
It's the pendulum. It's the pendulum.
This is the only radio show you need, okay? This is it. This is it. Because it's all here. Whether you want to hear it or not, the truth is here. If you pick out nuances of everything we've been saying over the last 6 months, everything has been coming true. And again, elections are cyclical. And they're pendulums. They swing back and forth. They will again. So whenever he's like, well, it's the new era. Trump has won. This is the greatest. Like, no. It's going to swing back and then it'll swing back again.
History shows us.
And that's why we shouldn't listen to any of the polls except the ones of the local establishments Especially for the lunchtime ladies.
Thank you.
These ladies are just trying to put their kids through school. So go support those polls, not the voting polls. They're all a joke. Everybody who's a professional pollster is a grifter, and no one should ever pay attention to any of these clowns.
Thank you for that,
Ever.
because you are Tony Bruno. I go where you guys take me. I'm kind of like you guys are kind of like the captains, and I'm kind of like the steering here.
Aye, Captain.
This is
I can't hear you. I'm sorry, that's SpongeBob.
That's SpongeBob SquarePants.
To that point about polls is that I'm hearing a lot of people say, "Well, the polls were wrong. The polls have always been wrong." And I pointed this out. I pointed this out earlier, Tony, that if you listen to this show, Nick Kayal, in his big take 2 days ago, played a clip of Harry Enton, who's a pollster, who basically said, this is going to be a huge Democrat blowout, or something along those lines. I heard that clip nowhere. Nowhere else was playing that. So people didn't even think the possibility was going to happen, that this could be a complete Democrat blowout. Mm-hmm. Case in point, that Trafalgar nonsense. Everybody talks about these pollsters. This dummy with his bow tie comes on Sean Hannity's show, and it's like, you gotta watch out about them polls. They lie to you. Yeah, so do your polls. This is true. This is the Trafalgar guy, Kayal or whatever the hell his name is.
No relation.
During Hannity's New Jersey town hall last week he said this. This is 37. Pollsters are worthless. Look at this guy with his bow tie. What a dummy he is.
It looks like Hotez from Baylor.
And Hannity, this is the problem with cable news, is they need guests for every segment. We need guests.
Exactly.
So they bring out these hacks who know nothing that get people all riled up. Yeah. And they're never right. Roll this.
And like you said, 4 years ago, we had the best poll in New Jersey. We saw this thing close then. We see it close now. And what you said is also very important. Look at who has this race close and who doesn't. The pollsters that have good records, like us, like Emerson College, like Coefficient, and like Qantas, they all have this race extremely tight. The ones that consistently fail at elections, they're the ones skewing the averages. So it's important to pay attention to the pollsters who get it right. And it's important to look at what the Democrats do, not what they say. And the fact that they're sending Obama and the fact that they're worried, look at their actions. Don't look at their words, and certainly don't look at their media polls. Look at what they do.
He was just everything he said was just completely wrong. Yeah, just completely wrong.
Exactly. That guy is as worthless as that dead beaver up on the head of Frank Luntz. These people are absolute low-life crumbs.
Yeah, leave it to Beaver.
Beaver died for Frank Luntz. We had to get a rodent to die so that Frank Luntz could go on TV and deliver all this pablum. I never listen to pollsters. I told you that before. There's only one poll that matters, and that's the women working hard for you. So don't forget to take care of them on the way out at lunchtime today at Lou Turk's and all the other great establishments.
That's why I always say take every poll with a grain of salt. Polls are nothing more than a conversation starter on a talk show. By the way, I might come tomorrow with a bow tie on.
You absolutely
no. There's no way that hedgehog could pull off a bow tie. But I think I could pull off a bow tie. I might try it tomorrow. I'm gonna go to Joseph A. Bank and get me a bow tie.
I've heard this joker on every radio show, TV show. Trafalgar calls it right down the middle. Trafalgar never gets it wrong. Trafalgar got it wrong.
Isn't that a square in England? They should go back. They go to London and go to Trafalgar Square and start screaming as they. By the way, New York City, I have breaking news. There will no longer be that Times Square district where you can go and buy theater tickets. It will now be Muslim call to prayer every 4 hours. So everybody in Times Square has to stop what they're doing. All the like the day the earth stood still. Remember the movie, the original one? The day the earth stood still, there'll be Muslim calls to prayer all over New York City and probably in Philadelphia pretty soon.
Wait, what will Elmo do? Elmo don't like prayer. Those stinky Elmos, they're not real Elmos. Are they going to be allowed there?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yes, they are. Totally, you know those people. Now, I knew this when I was working in New York, and Larry probably knows. All of those characters in Times Square are basically from Peru. No, they've done an investigation. Not that there's anything wrong with Peruvian people,
Right.
but they come and they live in North Jersey, and they all come in one big bus. I'm not making this up. And then they have all of their suits, and then they get dressed behind the street somewhere, come out of the van, and that's how they make their money. And then if you don't pay to get a picture taken with them, they beat you down, except they're like 4 feet tall, so they really can't do any damage.
Yeah, and they smell probably because it's like BO and whatever, because they're there like probably 12 hours a day.
Asinine.
Exactly.
Asinine.
Well, one person whose polls that the majority of people didn't listen to, but here on Kayal and Company, we highlighted in the big take. Harry Enton was on with the CNN crew yesterday. Let's start here, Sean, with 34. By the way, Sean Serino doing a great job. Thank you so much.
That's my boy Sean in the screening today?
Absolutely. Just he's there just like butter.
Tony, I'm telling you,
throwing these things up.
Phil Almquist is on the verge of getting Wally pipped.
By the way, Phil Almquist.
Phil's in Amsterdam.
Yeah, he's
in Holland.
Posting pictures. But him and his wife are sitting in some hotel room or something like that, playing Connect Four, drinking Heinekens.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah, do you think Phil knows that Larry Krasner even lost?
I don't know.
Or Larry Krasner won?
You think Phil cares?
Or even cares.
He's in Amsterdam, damn it.
That's why I love Phil.
Did he go to the, you think he went to the to the red light district and did all the touristy things there?
Yeah. It's funny to me because like Phil is a, like a Trumper through and through, loves Trump. But for the most part doesn't really follow politics.
I know.
So doesn't really know any of this stuff.
Nope.
And by the way, I love hiring people like that because they're usually they're usually the diamonds in the rough. Because the
yes, exactly.
The partisan, politics, this is a cause. Like those people fall.
Yeah, Phil's more worried about just having the clips ready for the show as opposed to posting his opinions on politics.
Those people fall by the wayside. Thank you. All right, Harry Enton.
By the way, Joseph Ricciani on the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
I can take Elmo Dawn all day,
Me too.
every day.
Me too.
Elmo Dawn 2026.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
I agree.
love Tony Bruno. Oh, God. Oh.
She's
Not Delta Dawn.
No.
What's that flower you have on, baby?
Delco Dawn.
New Jersey.
All right, let's roll Harry Enton talking about the Virginia race. 34, Sean.
Harry, how did these Democrats manage to overperform in these two states compared to what Trump was doing on the ballot just a year ago? We were just talking about this earlier in the show.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm the only guy, but I'm the only guy with a wall, so I guess I'm the only guy, right? You're mentioning Virginia. Let's go to Virginia. We're talking about this 15-point margin going away here for Abigail Spanberger. I think there was like one pre-election poll that had the margin that big. I mean, a lot of folks talk about, the polls underestimate Republicans. Not in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're talking about they underestimated Abigail Spanberger. But, I heard that discussion that was going on. Virginia, purple state, maybe leaning blue. But we're talking about a 15-point margin here. Where were we last year? I mean, last year you saw Kamala Harris win, but only by 6 points. 15 points. That's a 9-point overperformance from what we had just a year ago in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Then, of course, we can jump up to the state of New Jersey, right? Okay, what are we talking about? A year ago in the presidential race, you saw it was a blue state. Kamala Harris won by 6 points, though. Compare that to what we had this time around. What are we talking about? We're talking about Mikey Sherrill going away by, look at this. This is a 13-point margin. Again, vastly overperforming expectations. So, yes, these are blue states, at least what we saw last year. But this year, they were far, far bluer. And I might just point out quickly in New Jersey, go to a place like Passaic. Look at that. Mikey Sherrill by 15 points. You go back a year ago. Look at that. It was Donald Trump winning by 3 points. A heavily Hispanic county. Yeah. Jack Ciattarelli couldn't hold those gains.
Nope. He couldn't hold them. He gave some back. Or he couldn't hold some. Like I said, he fumbled and then threw up all over the ball. I've got numbers right here.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest, though. The Democrats focused on this. That's why they wanted the government shut down. So you watch today as we look ahead to what's next. They can now come out and say, see, the Americans have spoken. They don't like Trump. We kicked their butts. And now we're going to reopen the government and give everybody free Obamacare. Illegals will get all their health care, and we'll be the heroes. This is going to be their spin today. And they have a right to do it. But now, you'll see Chuck Schumer and Timu Obama, Hakeem Jeffries come out there and claim victory because they won these elections that they obviously were working on. This was their main goal. Because midterm elections, nobody normally cares. They got jacked up for all of this stuff. Now Obama can say, see, you thought I wasn't going to be able to come through for you again? No, we didn't, Barack, because you haven't come through for anybody since you were in office.
Yeah.
Hillary, Kamala, Joe. So it's all a game of who's got the upper hand now. Yep. Do the Democrats have the upper hand, and will they now go in and say, okay, let's end the shutdown, let's give everybody free stuff again, and the people will be with us? That's what they're going to play, and you watch, it's going to happen.
Look at some of the numbers here as far as Trump voters not showing up in New Jersey or Virginia. So last year, Trump got 2.075 million votes in Virginia. Democrat Abigail Spanberger got 1.96 million. Last year, Trump got 1.96 million votes in New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill got 1.79 million votes. So if you look at that, Trump actually received, as the Republican nominee in New Jersey and Virginia, more votes than the Democrat governor nominees in Virginia and New Jersey got in victory. That's another amazing stat for you right there, as you've talked about where the Democrats are, where the Republicans are, and the Trump factor, whether Republicans that can't match Trump's turnout or Democrats that campaign against Trump, even though they are not technically running against him.
By the way, did you see what 50 Cent posted? 50 Cent, obviously a rapper, but he put the rest in peace tombstone, founded 1964, died 2025, RIP, NYC.
No, founded in 1624. It was like
1624, right? Somebody wrote, founded 1624, died 2025, RIP, NYC. You down with OPP?
You know me.
You know me.
I think the Statue of Liberty actually just left for Florida a couple hours ago.
Yes, it did. I saw it. I saw it on the New Jersey Turnpike. So be careful. It's probably right now passing the Vince Lombardi toll station, and it's heading down all the way down here to Florida, where we will put it up in my backyard here, overlooking another 80-degree day in Cape Coral, Florida.
Mike on the YouTube chat says Tony Bruno is an American hero. I agree.
The Philadelphia treasure that should be protected at all costs.
I absolutely agree. He did a great job filling in for Dom Giordano. He does a great job with us here every week. He'll be filling in. Him and Mr. Robin will be filling in sometimes over Thanksgiving. So it's
just good to be healthy again.
Yeah,
you know, when you wake up every day and you feel better about life. That's what you wake up. You wake up wanting to be happy. Nobody wakes up looking to be sad or pissed off. They wake up and they want joy. They want sunshine. They want rain. They want sunshine and pain. You know what I mean? It's like sunshine. It's like pain. Everything's a musical. Everything's a musical note, man. I hate musicals. I just like music. You know what I mean?
More from Harry Ann, breaking down New Jersey a little bit more. This is 35. Shawnee. Hope you don't mind calling me Shawnee. I like Shawnee. Shawnee E. 35.
Did you ask him if he likes to be called Shawnee?
No, I didn't, and I should. Exactly. It's very wrong of me too. Do you have 35, Sean?
So what has happened with Donald Trump in these states? I mean, because if this is a referendum on his performance as president, something dramatic must have changed.
Yeah, I mean, what happened? Let's talk about New Jersey first. Look at the exit poll here. Look at the opinion of Donald Trump. You don't have to be a mathematical genius. Look at that. The approval rating, 42%, disapproval, 55%. Looks a whole heck of a lot like what we see nationally, right? And then, of course, we can go to Virginia. What do we see in Virginia in the exit poll? Similar story, except even worse of a showing for Donald Trump. Approval rating 39%, disapproval 58%. No wonder the Republicans really had no chance given what these numbers look like in terms of the approval, disapproval. We see very similar numbers nationally. We'll see if the results match it come the midterm 2026. And now it's only a year away, Abby.
Ooh.
Abby got a little turned on there by Harry.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
so I mean, if
one of the funniest clips, by the way, do we have the guy on CNN talking about how Mondami is just an actor and the guy's a great actor and he pulled it off?
No.
All you musical theater people out there, you study like Zoran Mondami, and you too can con people in New York City.
That's true, absolutely.
Who said that? Was that Scott Jennings that said that?
Scott Jennings, saying, this guy's an actor.
Yeah.
By the way,
this guy's an actor, and he convinced everybody that he was the man. We'll find out.
By the way, do you guys believe those polls there in Virginia and New Jersey about the approval and disapproval?
Well, I was just going to ask, what is the? Do we know what the population and the turnout percentage-wise was for Loudoun County? Because I feel like a lot of that's North Virginia, right? The federal workers that live in Northern Virginia that might have been doged.
Guys, every county in Virginia went blue. Every single one.
Yes, but I think Northern Virginia is where the mathematical major advantage is, right? Much like North Jersey with New York. North Jersey with New Jersey, right?
But let us not forget, I mean, Glenn Youngkin, and he used Loudoun County and all the school nonsense that they had going on to campaign on that.
Yep.
But Glenn Youngkin was the outlier. So for people to say, oh, this is a huge upset for Republicans, not really. Traditionally, this is blue Democrat region. It's just that Youngkin was able to come up with that magic so-called sauce.
Yeah. But you know what? He was no Ron DeSantis either. I mean, it's not like
pretty bright guy.
He is.
Pretty impressive.
I'm just talking about re-election results. Remember, 3 years ago, when we had the anticipated red wave, the only person that delivered outside of the House at the national level was Ron DeSantis. I mean, he cruised to re-election victory. Glenn Youngkin.
No, but Youngkin though.
No, Youngkin only won
he's the
by
guy who got that guy got the previous governor out who was talking about abortion up until the day of birth. So he won, and he had 2 terms, and then he was termed out, so he had to go.
I think he was good, but in his re-election bid 4 years ago, Glenn Youngkin won by less than 2 points. So he didn't just roll to victory like Ron DeSantis, where Virginia was just automatically going to be gift wrapped
you're right.
and handed off to.
But because it's like New Yorkers. It's like New Yorkers who can't afford to live in New York and then take the train in Yardley. They live in Yardley and then they jump on the train and go to New York City and come back. That's what's happening. The spread of people working in these cities. That's why all the people from like Maryland and Virginia are now basically suburbs of Washington, D.C. That's what they are. And that's where the sprawl goes. It's like New Jersey. North Jersey is where all the people who can't afford to live in New York live. They live in Passaic and all these other places. So that's what's going on. The Democrats are moving and they're taking their policies with them. And that's why places like Virginia and Maryland are now solid blue states.
855-839-1210. Let's wrap up the hour with Bo. He's in Levittown. Bo, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Nick.
Bo, what up, Bo?
Just crazy what happened. And I'm more upset what happened here in our beautiful Bucks County, losing Mr. Harron and our prosecutor to Philly sheriff and a Philly prosecutor. That's more disheartening to me. It made me crazy, and I know you got to pay the bills, but I would hear a Sisler ad every break on 1210. It made me crazy, and yet I didn't hear one Fred Harron ad during the time when it was critical to get his message out there.
Well, that's their fault. We would have taken it.
That's their fault for not.
I know. I'm with you. Yeah. I don't mind. You're paying the bills.
Yeah, well,
so this gets back to my point.
Yep.
Not even paying the bills. Look at how Newman. I mean, we had people just texting us, DMing us, lobbying so much to the point that we put like Giuseppe Bucci last night. Like we put people on the air. You know what I mean? So we didn't have anybody from the GOP banging down our doors saying, "Hey, can you just do a 1 minute interview with this?" Like nothing. Nothing.
Interesting, isn't it? 855-839-1210. 9 o'clock hour, fast approaching. Tony Bruno with us for the duration of the show. We have the $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn.
That's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, isn't it? Oh, man.
Yes.
And we
I'm getting hungry, too. I can use a couple of really gigantic wins because they don't do the splits. I was talking about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Jug Handle Inn, their wings are big because they don't break the joint.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like, what do they call those when they're the one full wing?
Yeah.
They don't just break off the one part of the wing.
Yep.
And I know it's painful, but the chickens do it for us. And we want to thank the chickens for providing for our daily bread.
That's right.
And our daily wings.
The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Fight Club in 14 minutes, and I guarantee you there will be more resistance than Earl Winsome Sears was able to give.
Winsome Earl.
Yeah, her too. Back after that.
Like Sherelle Parker.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Not only does Progressive Insurance let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at progressive.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hi, I'm Eric Rosanello from Rosanello's Windows. Your home is an investment. The right windows protect that investment. We've helped families stay comfortable and save on energy bills since 1985. No high-pressure sales, just expert installation and no obligation free consultations. We're celebrating our 40th anniversary with 1985 pricing. Windows starting at just $225, and it's ending soon. Call or visit rosanellos.com for this exclusive offer. If you're thinking Windows, you're thinking Rosanello's.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
9:03 on a Wednesday morning, November 5th. It is Kayal and Company doing the day after autopsy of the off-year 2025 elections. Tony Bruno with us live from Florida. Still ahead this morning, Fight Club in about 7 minutes. We will get to our free gift card to the Jug Handlin', $50 coming your way. Also today in music history and Dawn's Big Three. But we continue with Greg Stocker's never-ending 11-page cut sheet.
11 pages. We haven't even played, some of the New Jersey acceptance speeches and defeat speeches. Let's start with Mikey Sherrill.
Do you think anybody wants to hear those?
I do.
With all due respect, right?
I do.
I didn't want to watch. I didn't watch any election coverage last night.
Nothing.
I was watching a documentary on music.
Yeah.
62% of eligible voters in New York stayed home, by the way.
Yeah.
62%.
6.5 million people.
Stayed home.
Wow.
Yeah.
Staggering.
So really, it's the government we deserve, right? Because people don't participate in it.
Look, elections have consequences, right?
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
I can quote you. Can I quote you, Nick?
Yes.
Let me write that down.
T-shirt.
Elections, and so do erections, have consequences too. But that's a different story for a different show.
Hey, make sure you get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because in 6 minutes, how many minutes, Nick Hale?
6.
6 minutes. We will have the Wednesday installment of Fight Club. So make sure you get on over there.
And by the way, speaking of erections, Tony, apparently Republicans don't get aroused unless 47's on the ballot.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
I don't know. It's like voting. We need like a blue pill for voting.
All right, let's have some of Mikey Sherrill's speech last night. 38 Shawnee, who, by the way, Tony told him he's cool with me calling him Shawnee.
Yeah,
so
I love Shawnee.
We call him Shawnee now.
Okay. My boy.
Roll this.
This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey. We love you! And I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor.
There you go.
So we talk about cost of living with the economy. We talk about energy. You talk about windmills. You talk about the environment. Never forget the clip of her saying, no, I think we should force LGBTQ plus initiatives on students and families and parents in the schools. And that led to
because, let's be honest. Victory. Yeah, because let's be honest. Property taxes just aren't high enough in New Jersey, and all of our friends in New Jersey know that. They want their taxes to be even higher. So congratulations, you get what you vote for.
Yeah, and I just remember, I'm old enough to remember when she was labeled Kamala Harris 2.0. It's interesting.
By the way, all those
Kamala Harris 2.01.
By the way, all those culture issues didn't mean a damn thing. Just saying.
Damn right.
They didn't mean a thing.
And apparently the economy doesn't either, because it's not like New Jersey's been controlled by a MAGA Republican for 8 years, where the cost of living has gone out of control. It was Phil Murphy for 8 years. They tell you the economy stinks, and they pick somebody that's presumably worse.
Did Phil Murphy give a drunken speech last night at the casino in Atlantic City as he walked around with his wretched teeth and his wife slumbering down in Atlantic City casino? He disappeared faster than Jim Kenney in Philadelphia after he lost.
Yep.
Jack Chitterelli.
Or after he was voted out. Obviously, he was termed out.
The defeat speech or the concession speech, whatever you call it, 39.
It is my hope that Mikey Sherrill has heard us in terms of what we need to do to make New Jersey that place where everybody can once again feel they can achieve their American dream. Knowing my nature, I will analyze over the next 24, 48, 72 hours, over the next week, over the next month, what we could have done differently. But having said that, I stand before you right now, proud of all of you for what you did for this campaign, proud of what my team did on behalf of this campaign, and I'm proud of my effort.
He's proud of his effort.
No, give him an A for effort, Johnny.
They worked hard.
No, wait, hang on. You're right. The people that volunteered for him, the people that went out and knocked on doors, Scott Pressler, all of these people did a yeoman's job trying to put him over the top. It just wasn't enough. Sorry, it just wasn't.
Yep.
Well, it takes money, as we talked about earlier, and so he was outspent by tens of millions of dollars. And those ads, people were just bombarded with those ads, which were filled. I'll just say they were filled with lies.
But you know what, though? He was outspent 4 years ago. He only lost by 3 points. He was outspent again this time. He lost by 13.
That's a good point.
You're throwing
the bottom line is that they prepared for this.
It changes anything? Yeah. I don't believe it does.
They worked on a midterm election that people normally don't care about, but because there were governor races involved, and in Philly, we knew it didn't matter what happened in Philly with Krasner. Everybody knew. By the way, did they vote no on the Supreme Court justices' retention?
No,
I didn't see that result.
Yes.
They voted yes.
No. I guess the doctor.
Joe Biden said no, and they still didn't listen to Joe.
Well, no. Joe didn't say that. Joe said this.
Don't.
That is wrong. My God. All right, where should we go next? I have so much here.
I think we should go to Florida. All of us. Let's just move to Florida.
No.
Damn right.
Yeah. You want to go?
Just accept all you people in New Jersey and New York. We are closed. We're full up. We're full up here in Florida. Do not come. As Kamala Harris said when she was pretending to be the border czar, don't come. Don't come.
Can I play Jennifer Lawrence, who said this about that celebrities don't make a difference on who people vote for?
They don't.
I mean,
it's right.
I'm glad that she finally realized this.
Come
but
to Jesus moment.
It's a little late, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of this is 20, Shawnee. This is kind of like the Republicans buy sneakers to Michael Jordan statement that he made back in the 80s.
The truest things ever said.
That she's finally in 2025 realizing that, Republicans go to my movies too, so maybe I should shut the front door.
Yep.
Roll it.
Celebrities do not make a difference whatsoever on who people vote for. And so then what am I doing?
Can I ask you a question? Dawn mocks this, but I got to ask, like this vocal fry thing, it's like this affected, like, I don't know, it doesn't matter.
I know.
It's that Valley Girl thing.
They will have like a woman scorned because we will get you back in an off-year election.
Like soulless.
And that ethos ad chick where the chick is walking about her husband died and she got insurance and she did it real quick and you can do it too.
You can do it too. That almost bothers me as much as the trilling when we say Hispanic names. Almost. Almost. It bothers me almost as much as that. But and Jennifer Lawrence is like, she's like Nick's age. She's not that young.
No.
You know what I mean? So you hear these.
Well, she's not that old.
You're not that young, homie.
She's not. She's not a teenager.
Yeah, stop pretending like you know.
Well, yeah, you're right. I'm not that young, considering I'm actually like in the 15th hole of my round. Most men would be at like the 10th hole, but I'm going to be dead in 18 years.
She just turned 35.
Oh, well, she is younger than you. I'm sorry. I thought she was. Okay, never mind.
I think that's right.
Never
I'm 42
mind.
going on 62.
Sorry.
That's
Let me look it
absolutely
up.
true.
Yeah, she just turned 35.
Yeah, that I just can't do the accent.
I can't do the New York Times.
Start it over, Sean.
Celebrities do not make a difference whatsoever on who people vote for. And so then what am I doing? I don't want to start turning people off to films and to art that could change consciousness or change the world because they don't like my political opinions.
Oh, you mean like Republicans actually enjoy Netflix and go to movies?
Can you imagine the elitist thought of that? It could change the world.
Got news for Jennifer Lawrence. If George Clooney, Oprah, Obama, Ellen DeGeneres, all these other people that are higher up in the hierarchy of entertainers and Hollywood elitists don't move the needle for elections, Jennifer Lawrence doesn't either.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's not.
By the way, Jennifer Lawrence is now just signed to do a Hunger Games reboot in New York City to celebrate the Mamdani victory.
And with that, we have
Some radio
this.
stations will be playing Christmas music this time of year. What do we have for you? Kayal and Company Fight Club, where we know fights equal ratings. And coming soon, Kayal and Company Canceled Flight Fight Club, where we know canceled flights, lost baggage, and people stressed out at the holidays already equal bigger fights and bigger ratings.
You got knocked the out, man. We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club! Thank you, Jimmy Kelly. Fight Club on this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno, where in the next 45 minutes or so, we will be giving away.
What's going to happen?
We're going to be giving away a $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn, Tony Bruno. So you have to keep listening. You have to keep watching. Everybody must eat. That is correct, Meatball.
Everybody must eat.
Everybody must eat. Okay, today's selection was selected by associate producer and former state senator Ed Durr.
Trucker Ed.
Ed the Trucker.
Love Ed Durr.
Ed the Trucker. Today's submission. This looks like it happened out of school. Maybe outside of school. Maybe it's a mall.
Well, the kids are learning. They're back in school. They're there to learn.
Yeah. All right, Shawnee, let's roll this. Oh, it's right off the bat.
Up against the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's the hair pull.
Rolling on the floor.
Yep,
Not rolling in the deep, of course, which is a great Adele song, right?
Exactly right.
Just destroying.
Oh, it's even below. What, do they film this on a Nokia?
Yeah, it's a little blurry. Yeah. A little blurry.
Man, we need HD, 4K.
We do.
Jesus.
Kids getting these cheap phones. You know, they're probably just phones that they found that were thrown away by somebody, and then they're just like, I've got to record this.
What is this?
Dang.
It's true.
Like they used an old Motorola Razor.
Shawnee, roll it back just one more time without the audio.
No audio.
There we go. Look at that. Just starts off right off the bat with a hair pull. And they both have, you know what's interesting about this? They both have handfuls of hair they're punching as they have the handfuls of hair.
Yeah, well, I told you, the hair is the ultimate neutralizer.
It is. It really is.
Yeah. And she deserves to get beat
up.
It's
too blurry, and it's just it's moving around too much. I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah. Wearing Adidas shell top Stan Smiths.
Yeah.
This isn't 2001. Come on, man.
I tell you, they got a 2001 camera.
Yep.
They got 2001 sneakers.
I was prepared to go all Walmart 4K vision cam like Chris Collinsworth on Sunday Night Football. But, here's a girl who all she does is grab hair and then throw fisticuffs. I tell you, Mike, buckle up. We're in for store tonight. Sorry, Chris Collinsworth.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please, I want to see
How'd you like to be a school resource officer these days? How'd you like to be one of those retired cops that doesn't golf and says, you know what, I'm going to pick up 30 hours a week as the school security officer, get away from perhaps my miserable wife for a little bit, and I got to deal with this all day. Yeah,
See what he
imagine
said there,
that.
Stedman?
I know.
Imagine that.
Blaming the women.
Imagine that.
Blaming St. Kristen.
The sexist.
Good luck with that.
The sexist misogyny that you subject my gal Dawn Stensland to every morning. It's just disgraceful.
Oh, don't think about me. You got to. What is St. Kristen, Tone? You better give him some advice over there.
Yeah,
because she listens.
I'll pay for this around 11:05 today.
And her mom listens.
Thanksgiving will be a feast.
Whew. Tony's look at Tony.
By the way, do we know what the Thanksgiving turkeys are going to cost this year? Did they do that breakdown about the economy? How much turkeys a turkey dinner was going to cost us this year? They usually put those out this time.
I was told the government was going to give them away for free.
You're right. There will be no beef at this year's Thanksgiving turkey.
Right.
I mean, beef is it's insane.
Right. Where's the beef?
Exactly.
Where's the beef?
Where is the beef? Where's the woman who used to ask the question, where's the beef?
Mrs. Kayal?
No.
Trust me, he hasn't had beef in a decade.
Sorry, I couldn't.
That's well played by you, Stensland. Put Dawn on the board. I gotta give Dawn a dinger here. Hold on a second. There you go. That's a 5 spot, by the way.
Give her a roaring round of applause.
That's a good workout of Dawn. See, we are corrupting Dawn on this show.
The only show where we can. No, we're not. She's long been corrupted.
Corrupted. We'll add to her demise.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. But by the way, Tony, we're at 307 likes. So like I like that a little better. But I want 93 people right now. So if you're
93,
93. If you're listening right now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, which by the way in HD sounds
on the YouTube chat in particular, where you get those likes piled up,
crystal clear on the HD. Or you're listening on the Odyssey app or the iHeartRadio app, which thousands of you are, and I really thank you guys for that. Just switch over really quickly to YouTube and just hit the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button, if you will. 93. I just need 93 people. KJP, Corinne Jean-Pierre.
She's still out pimping a book?
She's still out, thank you, Tony. Still out pimping her book. Remember?
Pimping ain't easy, you know.
Remember the other day when we played that clip of her where she always refers to herself as a black queer...
Every time.
I think that's mandatory. I think the publishing company said you must mention that every single interview at least twice.
Yes, give your race and your sexual orientation with every answer.
Apparently, she got the memo because she's big mad. She's big mad that people are constantly reminding us that she's black and queer, even though she's the one who's constantly reminding us that she's queer, black, whatever.
Right.
This is cut 3, Shawnee.
It pisses me off that people who have not walked in my shoes, who have no idea who really I am as a person, get to tell me how I get to identify myself.
Jake?
So it's like,
shut up.
I was like, you can't tell me how I get to identify myself. You can't tell me how I get to call myself. Like, screw you. Like, that's not okay. Like, that is not okay. You have no right to tell anybody how they should identify themselves and how they see themselves in the world. Like, you have not walked through my battles. You have not walked through my life. You don't even know my personal story. So that's how I really, that just boils me up.
Nobody ever once brought up your sexual orientation or your race. I mean, A, we can see what your race is because we have 2 functioning eyes, and B, nobody even until she said she's a lesbian, I believe. Yes. I didn't know she was lesbian until she shoved it down my throat every day for 2.5 years. So when we sit there and we say we don't need to keep hearing what you are, we now know what you are, yet you continue to tell us. I mean, I'm mystified by that. I don't walk around every time I answer a question and say I'm a straight white heterosexual male. I just don't, because you know why?
But if you ask me, I will tell you.
Because nobody cares.
If you send me some pictures, and then I will determine, whether or not I want to see your story. You know what I mean? Or hear your story.
How old is Corinne Jean-Pierre? I gotta look this up. I want to understand.
She's young. I think she's late 20s, early 30s.
Do you think she's that young?
No. She's not.
No,
Yeah.
I think she's my age.
Oh, she's 51.
Oh, yeah, she's closer to my
She's
age.
51?
Wow.
By the way, isn't her book called Independent?
Yes.
Isn't her book called Independent, where she basically says she's leaving the party that she pimped for 4 years for a guy who she says is still great, but then she doesn't think that. Yeah. I mean, she makes no sense.
None.
Makes sense to me. Now listen.
She has disavowed the Democrat Party, yet still tells you, I was with Joe Biden every day, and I never saw decline.
By the way, EKZ on the YouTube chat, who I love, he's my buddy, even though he busts my balls all the time. He says, who do I want to hear? Who do I want to hear less of? I'm sorry, people are commenting in real time, so I can't read this here. Who do I want to hear less of? KJP or Big Mike? Tough decision. Well, EKG, just for you, we just played KJP. Now let's also play Michelle Obama.
That's right. So who's the true Big Mikey right now? Who's Big Mike? Is it Mikey Sherrill? Is it Barack's better half?
She did an interview with...
I'm a Big Lou guy, by the way. I'm a Big Lou guy and a Big Al guy.
That's right.
Big Lou, he's on meds too.
And he's got the #1 jingle.
Of course, aren't we all?
No. Failed.
Michelle Obama sat down with People Magazine, did an interview.
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks.
She was also on Colbert last night, but...
she was on Good Morning America.
Yeah.
Talking about, her zest for life and her designer, her quest to be a fashion designer.
She says that as a black woman, she had to make sure to show people her feminine side.
Well, having more muscle than your husband's not a great way to do it.
I'll just let you guys deal with this one. Cut 15, Shawnee, go.
Want to be professional, at least I did. I wanted to be taken seriously, but there is the expectation there's a level of femininity to being the first lady. And as a black woman, I felt that I had to make sure that people could see my feminine side.
Oh.
I took the job very seriously.
If you want to illustrate your feminine side, maybe stand up for biological females and say, "Hey, dudes with penises, get the hell out of this restroom." That's a way to show your feminine side. Now, Michelle is 61 years old, and she's been in the public spotlight for closing in on, 25, 30 years, even before Obama came into the White House. How long do you get to say how tough your life was when you've been living in the 1% for 3 decades? Isn't there a statute
as long as the media allows her in? The media loves her.
Yeah. I'm just wondering when the statute of limitations on your victimhood expire. I'm just wondering.
Never.
Like Karine Jean-Pierre out there pimping a book. He's going to make money, got a nice sum up front. Could probably go back to MSNBC like that, because remember, she was on MSNBC before she took over for Circleback Saki. All these people that cry victimhood, you're not oppressed. Stop.
And by the way, was there anybody more beloved by the media who got the carpet rolled out for them at every occasion than
by the way, did
Obamas?
Did they roll out the carpet?
They still do get treated like royalty. And you know what? There were 2 terms, but there's no other president in my lifetime who goes out there with his wife and continues to just want to be a part. They want to be loved every day. Mm-hmm. We already know what you did. Why can't you just go? Listen, they can do whatever they want. And if they want to put them on TV, interviews, go right ahead. But after a while, you can't play this, oh, poor woe is me, when you got a library that's $1 billion library being built in Chicago where the people in the neighborhood don't even want it. So, I mean, that's the thing about politicians don't know when to go away. And she doesn't have to go away because I just don't listen to her. I'm not watching any of her interviews. I'm not watching any of these politicians who have become billionaires because of politics cry, oh, woe is me. It's just a joke.
By the way, if Winsome Earl Sears,
there you go,
would have, if there's an Earl Winsome Sears out there that wants to run and wins. By the way, if either of them win, would the media roll out the red carpet for an African American female? No. Why? Because she's a Republican. Did they roll out the red carpet for Byron Donalds or Tim Scott or the great Dr. Ben Carson, one of the most brilliant yet equally boring men in the history of American politics? Did they call it a shattering of the glass ceiling, or do they only do that when they have a D in front of their name? I'm very fascinated by how when a Democrat African American woman does something, it's like, we got to stop the hands of time for like the coronation. But if that person has an R in front of them and is black and Republican and is a female, it's just it's persona non grata.
By the way, Polymarket breaking in. I know you guys follow Polymarket. I don't. Poly wants a cracker.
Damn right.
Florida and Texas real estate prices projected to soar as New York City sees an exodus of up to 1 million people.
Wow. YouTube.com/at.
Don't come.
YouTube. So I'm getting DMs and texts. The stock market's going to crash because of New York. The stock market's crashing.
I guess sell your stocks. I guess I don't know.
Fulton Jack emails me. Fulton Jack emails me. He says about the Mondami vote. He says 33% of the Jewish population voted for Mondami in New York.
Yes.
So much for thinking the Republicans can get the Jewish vote by blowing up Palestinians.
Well, it's also amazing. I was also told that the Jews control elections and they control everything. If the Jews control everything, how did Mamdani win?
By the way, I have MTG on The View. Tony, did you play any of that on your show yesterday?
Nah, I don't pay attention. I only pay attention to The View for clips.
I want to,
Marjorie Taylor Greene become a darling because she opposes Trump on certain things, and so when anybody opposes Trump on anything, they get right on The View. And so she's pimping her book or whatever she's doing. God bless her. I don't pay attention.
Well, AOC of all people has a interesting theory on why MTG is going machine gun on Trump and the Republican Party. I will play that for you on the other. It's an interesting theory. Do not discount it because it's from AOC. I just want everybody's opinion here on is this why MTG is going scorched earth and trying to suck up to the ladies on The View.
Mm-hmm. Kayal and Company, we continue, and now within 15-20 minutes of that $50
What's going to happen
for the Jug Handle Inn. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, and it's going to be glorious.
The only thing you don't put on the Jug Handle wings is mustard. I'm sorry. The sauces there are superb. The Tony Bruno sauce is to die. I'm sorry.
Debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans. If you owe more than $10,000 in unsecured debt, we can help you settle for less. At JG Wentworth, many clients cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, potentially saving thousands of dollars. Even if your credit is damaged, we can help. And remember, you don't pay us a dime unless we reduce your debt. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free. The consultation is free. And the bigger your debt, the more we can help you save. Act now. If you owe $10,000 or more, call 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Call right now. Your path toward financial freedom starts today with JG Wentworth. 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees, 43%, 25% after fees. JG Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And we are back. 9:36, Kayal and Company coming down the home stretch on a Wednesday. Gift cards up for grabs in just a few moments. Today in music history and Dawn's Big Three.
And by the way,
Tony Bruno is with us.
Right Right after Dawn's Big Three at 10:10, she has Dave McCormick coming up. Right, Dawn?
Good.
Yeah, so I'll do the big three if we have a sponsor, and then I have to scoot because it's like a tight little.
I agree. I have to scoot
it's
too.
a tight little window.
Can we clip?
By the
Dawn
way,
saying tight
I'm
little?
calling today. I'm calling today for the repeal of the 19th Amendment. Women should no longer have the right to vote.
Yeah, you and my brother John.
Did you see the numbers on these polls?
Yeah,
the women voting for these candidates.
Women
Women are supposed to be smart, and I
18 to
love women.
29.
I don't want to sound like a guy who's a misogynist, but the women turnout for these crazy candidates is off the wall, off the charts.
Yeah.
How can women be this dumb?
Because
I
they were
hate to say it,
indoctrinated,
Dawn. I love
Tone.
you. I love Robin. I love women who listen to this program and follow me and everything else. Why? Should the 19th Amendment be revoked before next year's midterm elections?
Hey, look.
Let's go to the phones.
I've said for years the women's movement is a scam, !! It's my working book title because, if you want to drive me around, I would only have one job, being a mom and taking care of the house and not two
Right.
jobs because I'm doing everything my dad did and everything my mom did. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's a scam.
Speaking
We're getting played, ladies.
Speaking of women,
You could drive me around, buy me gifts, and have a housekeeper. They all had housekeepers back in the day. Like in the, right?
Yeah, I mean, Florence Henderson had Alice.
Like you look at those shows, yeah. Right? They all had that stuff. So we're fools.
Remember when Alice was dating Sam the Butcher?
No. I
don't remember that?
Sam the Butcher.
That's when you can get a steak for like $2. I mean, that's old school.
So she did not ask, where's the meat?
No.
Sam the Butcher giving
was getting
Alice
the
the meat.
She was getting the T-bone.
Oh!
Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys. AOC claims, she has a theory of why Marjorie Taylor Greene, Madge, is going scorched earth on the Republicans and the Trump administration.
Okay.
I want to float this theory by you guys. By the way, Tony, your pussy cat is right behind you.
Oh, look.
Looking
Yeah,
sweet.
that's the great Lily.
Yeah, sweetie.
That's
Sweetie.
the beautiful Miss Lily.
Yeah,
So
beautiful.
sweet.
Beautiful.
She's a rag doll.
She's beautiful.
Does she vote?
No, she's the only smart woman around. No, actually, Robin's smart. Dawn's smart. I'm not saying all women are dumb.
No,
I'm just
we know what you're saying.
Yeah.
because they go to the polls and know nothing about what they're voting for. And so the old adage about my husband tells me how to vote, that doesn't happen anymore.
Unless you're me.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I got my wife to vote Trump.
I forgot that condescending ad that the Democrats released in 2024 with the men who tell them women how to vote, and then the women are secretly voting for Kamala Harris.
Don't ever say I'm not a team player. I risked my marriage to save democracy.
All right, let's do.
Remember those geldings, all those gelding dudes who were white men for Harris?
Yeah.
They're still out there yapping like they got something accomplished.
All
White
right,
dudes for Harris.
AOC's theory on why Madge is going scorched earth. Roll this.
Here's some tea for you.
She looks really good
MTG, people are like, oh my God, she's saying all of these things. Like,
what's up, baby?
What's gotten into her lately? Oh, like she's bucking against Trump. She's bucking against the administration.
Go to a Knicks game?
Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to run for Senate in Georgia. She wanted to run for Senate earlier this year in the state of Georgia.
Daddy
she
said
wanted to be
no.
the Republican nominee for Senate. So she was gearing up for that statewide race, and Trump told her no. Trump said no.
No.
And the White House and Trump land shut down Marjorie Taylor Greene's personal ambitions to run for Senate. And she has been on a revenge tour ever since.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
Do not believe that for a second.
That's been out there.
Meanwhile,
Maybe that happened, but she is on The View and she is doing, quote, the revenge tour because Marjorie Taylor Greene in District 14 in Georgia is up for re-election next year. And her constituents are poor white folk that depend on some of the things that they're not getting right now with the government shutdown. So this is self-preservation. And it's, well,
no doubt about it.
Do I bite the hand that feeds me, which is who elected me, or do I take a spanking from Daddy, which is Trump?
Oh boy. Oh, good God.
And so she's taking the spanking from Daddy because she knows
it's rich coming from AOC, who is a barkeep, and now is going around with oligarch Bernie, pretending that she's this woman should never be allowed for a White House tour, let alone President of the United States. And we'll see. She's as vapid as they come, or is it vapid? That's
Vapid.
one of those words. Is it vapid or
Now,
vapid?
But here's the difference too. Remember, she just got reelected in 2021, or
Yeah, but it's every 2 years. That's why she
Right.
wants to run for Senate.
They're always
and then
campaigning.
6
Yeah,
years.
yeah, because
you know?
you're right. If Dawn, you're absolutely
sucks.
right. If she was a senator, she would not be playing this game because she had a longer. She would have a longer shelf life.
Ed D on the YouTube chat writes, no, she actually has a point. I actually think MTG is planning to jump into the pool for the president in 2028.
Oh, so Ed Durr.
You may be right.
No,
you may be right.
I don't think that's.
Well,
Trucker
Ed, we wish that we were reporting on what happened, the magic that trucker Ed Durr was able to pull off, right?
Yeah.
The surprise in New Jersey, but we wish that we could report that magic this morning.
Let me play.
Hey, the people voted. Now they have to face the consequences.
Yeah. This is why we didn't waste entire shows on governors' races, and we played body cam footages and judges pooping in public,
showing their big full moon.
By the way, Dawn, I didn't see that report that you said yesterday that she was defecating. The only reports I saw was that she urinated. So our social media team had to put out urinating because I didn't see any. I didn't see any reports that she was.
Okay, I'll find it.
Okay.
There, I saw 2 reports.
I'm not saying you didn't.
You
wouldn't just make stuff like that up.
No, how could you make that up? Where the Arizona officer with this judge put it in the police report that she was not just vomiting and defecating in public, or vomiting and urinating, but also defecating.
Yeah.
I can freaking smell
Who hasn't? I mean, let's be honest.
Which made more sense.
You got to go. You got to go.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said yesterday. In case you didn't go back and listen to the podcast about this Arizona judge who was caught doing something, relieving some sort of bodily fluids or whatever on the streets of Arizona. Let me just play a clip or two of Madge on the View. She talks about being unapologetically America first. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. This is cut 26.
Well, I want to talk about MAGA voters who believed that the president made promises like lowering grocery prices on day one. Right now, grocery prices, inflation is up, soybean and cattle farmers are on the verge of bankruptcy. Millions have lost their food stamps and are about to lose their health care, while we're watching $40 billion to bail out Argentina. What is going on?
I don't know. I am so America first. I feel like I live it and breathe it. And that's my district, and that's what people want. They are so tired of their hard-earned tax dollars being sent overseas to foreign wars and foreign aid and foreign causes, while life in America just becomes more and more unaffordable.
Can I ask you guys a question? She's saying absolutely nothing wrong.
Of course.
There's nothing wrong with what she's saying. Nothing.
Nothing.
So what's the big like why all the hate towards her? Seriously.
Because she's not rubber stamping and just falling in line like the rest, right?
Exactly. And
well, we
AOC,
love when Fetterman does it.
Yeah, AOC, by the way, she has never passed a bill. She's done nothing for New York. She doesn't even spend days in her own district, just like Schumer and all these other New York politicians.
Look,
she's a phony.
I have no problem with. I've never said that I'm against Marjorie Taylor Greene for what she's doing right now. But let's also cut to the chase that when she's there for the State of the Union wearing Joe Namath's fur coat, is she thinking about Milledgeville, Georgia? I mean, again. They're all out there for their own interests, whether it's Fetterman or Marjorie Taylor
and you're right.
Greene.
Having to run every 2 years for a House seat is not as comfortable as getting in the Senate.
Yeah,
and that's what AOC wants to do. She wants to take Chuck Schumer's seat in the Senate, and then she'll be, one of the most powerful people because there's only 50 of them. So they all want to be in the U.S. Senate. They don't want to be in the House of Representatives.
Nope.
Let me one more from Madge here.
21, and there was a sunset date of the end of this year, and Republicans never.
She's talking about the healthcare and the shutdown of government. We had, by the way, speaking of podcasts, go back on the podcast and listen. We had a very healthy debate on this program because we actually debate things on this program, unless it's not just a rubber stamp for everything else, like every other radio show is. Sorry, I'm just firing on all cylinders today. I don't mean to do that.
You on vacation for the next 10 days?
Why not?
No, I'm just.
You gotta leave. You can't leave it in the locker room.
I know.
You can't leave it. You got to take it out and bring the intensity every second you are on the airwaves.
Thank you, my friend.
Right. You're like a Mississippi mom shooting at lab monkeys on the loose. That's coming up.
By the way, she's talking about the healthcare issue that is causing this government shutdown, and she's the one. By the way, she's making the point that I was making the other day that Dawn yelled at me for, was that, like, where's the Republicans' plan here? Roll this.
21, and there was a sunset date of the end of this year, and Republicans never made a plan for that. And I have been I yelled at Mike Johnson last week on our GOP conference call. By the way, I'm missing the call today. It's going on right now. And I hope that Mike Johnson is finally giving a single health care policy because the country deserves it, and it shouldn't be a secret. And I shouldn't have to go into a skiff to go find our Republican health insurance plan.
Maybe there is no plan.
You know what? You want to know something? That, I believe, is the truth. There's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of bills, but there's no consensus. And I think that's a failure. I
do. There's no consensus.
Well, there you go. She just argued the point that I was making the other day.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Speaker of the House?
Well, maybe you and Marjorie and Road Warrior with your blonde, fabulous, fit selves should just bicycle through New Jersey and Pennsylvania and raise some money.
By the way, if Marjorie Taylor Greene and MAGA Mike Johnson got into the ring together, I'm taking Marjorie Taylor Greene with the first round. Marjorie Taylor Greene would defeat Mike Johnson quicker than Jack Chitterelli lost to Mikey Sherrill.
Stop.
I'm just asking why you're bringing me and Road Warrior into the Stenzlin.
I just thought because you're all fit, the three of you have fitness. She's very fit like you and Road Warrior.
He's my Mr. Miyagi.
Yes.
Road Warrior's my Mr. Miyagi.
She would love, can I tell you something? She would love Road Warrior, right, John?
Yeah, they could ride bikes together,
very fit,
do power cleans.
Fit, fabulous.
All right, is it time, Nick Kayal?
It is time.
Whoa!
Yes. It is time. It is time.
Yes,
give
it
it
is.
away. Give it away.
I'm
give
hungry.
It away. Yes.
I'm hungry.
Right now, be caller number 12. That's all you have to do. Caller 12 at 855-839-1210. Because after all, it is Finger Frenzy Wednesday at the Jug Handle Inn tonight, 7 to 10 p.m. and every Wednesday from 7 to 10. You can get half-price baskets of chicken fingers and fries at the Jug. Be caller 12. $50 gift card is yours. 855-839-1210. And we'll see if we get our winner when we return. Tony Bruno will stick around for Today in Music History and Dawn's Big Three, and then we will get out of here quickly because Dave McCormick is coming up.
10-10.
A Republican who knows how to win an election.
Yes.
Coming up in 20 minutes. Back after this.
Hey, what's happening? It's your man Big Ticket doing big things. Are debt payments keeping you up at night? Call J.G. Wentworth today and become debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months. Whether it's credit cards, medical bills, or personal loans, life happens, and those monthly payments can quickly become overwhelming. At J.G. Wentworth, their experienced team takes the time to understand your unique situation and creates a customized plan tailored to your financial needs. They specialize in helping individuals reduce their unsecured debt, which could save you thousands of dollars. No upfront fees to get started. The call is free. The consultation is free. And there's absolutely no obligation to move forward unless it's right for you. The sooner you act, the more you could save. Every day you wait could cost you more in interest and late fees. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877-CASH-NOW to find out how much you could save. That's J.G. Wentworth, 877-CASH-NOW. Your first step toward financial freedom, 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution will impact credit and may increase what you owe. Fees apply. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We're an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
A mesothelioma diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com has helped thousands of families find care and get the financial help they deserve.
I was diagnosed with pleural mesothelioma in July of 2019. I connected with asbestos.com. I remember thinking that perhaps we can get some help, that there's money out there. It was the best decision ever. And I ended up with college money for my children.
50% of mesothelioma patients and families in the U.S. turn to us for help each year. For trusted, compassionate support, visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1942. That's 800-681-1942. 800-681-1942.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 9:54, Kayal and Company, as we get ready to give away our $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn. And we go to...
I don't know if that's the correct name.
This guy is going by the name of Drank. I don't know, maybe it's his last name, first name, Purple. Purple Drank in Monroe Township. Purple Drank, hello.
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 Hello, this is Frank from Monroe Township.
What's up, Frank?
Hello.
It's Frank, not Drank.
Drank.
Frank, yes.
Well, Frank's
Who's on first?
Frank was able to have a drink, and he had $50 worth of chicken fingers and fries. Congratulations, Frank.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it, Frank. Yes.
Love
there you go.
Thank you, Frank.
There's Frank.
Drank or Frank?
Drank, drunk.
And with that...
Just don't drink and drive.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 5th, we celebrate the birthdays of Bryan Adams, who's 66, Art Garfunkel, who's 84, and Mike Score from A Flock of Seagulls, who's 68. We also lost Bobby Hatfield for the Righteous Brothers on this day in 2003. Signature Best of My Love by the Eagles in 74. Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin in the U.S. in 70. And My Generation by The Who in 65. Abdicute Unchained by Johnny Cash in 66. Madman Across the Water by Elton John in 71.
Reckless by Bryan Adams in 84, and Hello, I Must Be Going by Phil Collins in 82. Also in 2014, the funeral for Jack Bruce took place. In 2010, Keith Richards' autobiography was atop the hardcover nonfiction bestseller list. By the way, it's a great book. In 88, the Beach Boys were atop the singles chart with Kokomo. In 92, Tom Jones was on The Simpsons. And in 69, Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young record Woodstock. But lastly, on this day in 88, a music travesty finally ended as Gary Cherone left Van Halen. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Alquist.
Oh, I miss Phil. I love that.
I know.
I know.
Love
They're
Phil.
having a good time.
Have a good time, Phil. We'll
you think
see you in a little bit.
They're in Amsterdam. You think they're partaking?
Yeah.
What else would you do in Amsterdam?
They
what
should
uld
be.
you do?
Weed, and I don't think he's a big weed guy. So you got the weed, you got the hookers,
I should have had them.
you got the windmills, you got the wooden shoes.
I should have had them bring me back something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A little something for daddy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, Tony Bruno. Thank you very much.
We love you, Tony.
Great stuff, brother. We'll talk to you.
Love you guys.
Soon.
Thanks for everybody for the fun times. It was fun doing all this stuff. And hopefully I'll be back. I'll be back in next week.
Next week, and then you'll be filling in some
Good
times
Lord
over
willing.
Thanksgiving. So you're good.
There you go. Tony
Exactly.
Bruno.
I'll be your Black Friday boy. Holla at you, Black Friday boy.
Holla at your boy.
Good night, everybody.
Love you,
There
Tony.
he is.
Good night, everybody.
You're the best.
Mustard. Don't forget.
Mustard.
Goes great with everything but turkey.
Woo!
All right, let's get to Don Stensland's Big Three at 9:57.
It's the Big Three with Don Stensland.
Number one, let's get to President Donald J. Trump just speaking out this morning about the ongoing government shutdown and says, well, you'll hear him in a second, but talks about what is to blame for Republican losses yesterday on Election Day. Talking to reporters during this breakfast with GOP lawmakers at the White House just this morning, just moments ago, talking about election night last night. So listen in. Here is President Trump.
I think it's very important. We have to get the country open, and the way we're going to do it this afternoon is to terminate the filibuster. And it's possible you're not going to do that. And I'm going to go by your wishes. You're very smart people. We're good friends. But I think it's a tremendous mistake, really. It would be a tragic mistake, actually. It's time. It's time. If I thought they weren't going to approve, I'd sort of be with you. I'd be fine. I'd be neutral to with you. But knowing that they're going to pass it as soon as they get any semblance of control, they'll pass it first thing, then it's like we have to do it first. And we have 2 years, and we'll end up with 2-3 years, and we'll have this country so perfect. We will have passed more legislation than any Congress and any group of senators or a group of congressmen. And we will get it through. They'll send it to us. We'll send it to them. It'll be a beautiful machine. Otherwise, we're just going to sit around and argue with these people all day long. And they're highly unrealistic. Many of them are radical left subversives, frankly.
So we've talked this morning profiling everything, New Jersey, Virginia, the New York City mayoral, obviously with Mamdani, mayor-elect, winning that one's around Mamdani, and then here across Pennsylvania. We'll also upcoming, just a reminder, we will hear firsthand from Linda Kearns. She's coming in person to give us the lowdown on what went down in Chester County yesterday, which was shameful. With the 75,000 independent voters who really had a pain in the neck if they voted provisionally yesterday.
Can I just get back to what he was saying about the filibuster? Like they really wanna they really want to go down this road? They really want to go down that road? Like that seems to be what he's saying, no, Dawn?
Yes.
You've got to know when to hold them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I hear him singing. Know when to fold them.
Watch how quickly this government
Know when to
shutdown
walk
comes
away
to a close now.
and know when to run. And he said it last week. They should have listened to him. I do believe that it was one of the factors that influenced and galvanized and motivated, energized Democrats to come to the polls.
If they get rid of the filibuster, like that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea because the Democrats are going to use that tenfold. I'm just saying, if that's their only way around this, and he's pushing for that, that's a Be careful what you wish for. That's all I'm saying. And Senator Kennedy, by the way, Nick's favorite senator, Senator Kennedy, basically told Trump to his face, like, this is not the way to go. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. So
this is like the spin cycle on your wash machine.
Yes.
Try harder not to suck.
Basically, this is basically what he's saying.
So number 2, this deadly crash. Just updating you. This, if you can look at the video if you're on YouTube of this scene. UPS cargo plane crashing, exploding into a massive fireball while taking off from the company's global aviation hub. This is Louisville, Kentucky, killing at least 7 people, injuring 11, and many in critical condition. This morning, you see this thing.
Were there 7 people?
Fireball.
Were there 7 people on the flight?
So we're not clear because obviously there were many people on the ground. This
Yeah.
is their hub.
Yeah.
And the 3 crew members. So to my knowledge, they're not giving out names or identities, any of that. You have obviously badly burned individuals.
Yeah.
It's horrifying.
On YouTube, you can
flames,
see
the trail. Oh,
it happened on
goodness.
takeoff. It just goes sideways. It just like goes sideways and just goes off. I don't know if that's off the run. Yeah, I guess that's off the runway there. Oof, man.
And even Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear had said they are expecting the death toll to rise.
Wow.
Because of the significant critical injuries.
Well, you see the smoke and all the that's a lot,
Good God.
for all the people on the ground there. Yeah, that's just that's a bad one.
It's horrifying. All right, so we do have this monkey update.
Oh boy.
On this night of the beaver moon, but we have for the first time we are hearing from a Mississippi mother. She is a mother who is a protective mom, and she is locked and loaded, firearm, hunting rifle. So she faced a alleged diseased monkey on the loose, and she described for the first time the tense moments leading up to what happened next with her making a decision to shoot the escaped monkey. Jessica Bond tells what happens. She hears unusual noises.
Uh-oh.
And Jessica Bond, a Mississippi mom, does what a mama needs to do.
Oh boy.
And I bagged up down this road, and I
beautiful
stopped
little
about
friend.
right there. And he was on top of that bin right there, and he left from that bin and went and jumped on the railing of that porch. And I sat in my truck, and
I love this
in the truck.
When I got out, I said, okay, do I sit here and wait for it to run away, run to somebody else's yard? I have a 3-year-old, and what if it come back out, hide in the woods and come back out and try to attack her later on? And she can't defend herself from a wild monkey. And all it takes is a little scratch for her to develop something. And we don't know what these monkeys have, because one minute they have this, and then the next minute Tulane is saying they don't have anything to avoid lawsuits and stuff. So I'm not going to take my chances with my baby versus infected animal.
Yep.
So I did what any mother would do.
Yep. Right.
And I got out and I shot at the monkey. And
No, keep going. I want to hear more of this, please.
She shot and
I'm
killed.
sorry.
New Mississippi motto,
It
right?
looked like something was wrong with him.
Uh-oh.
It looked like something was wrong. And I love animals. And I have dogs. I have a cat. I have a rabbit. And she has had a turtle. We love animals. So it's like...
She got
it's
goldfish.
Not like I'm an animal killer. I didn't want to just kill a thing. But I mean... It's my baby versus the animal.
They're just bred differently in the South, aren't they? Like it's just like you see that in the
New Mississippi motto to stop the spread.
We will kill you, graveyard dead.
bring out the guns and we're ready to go. If you see an
Hepatitis.
infection, was the monkey one of them our monkeys that was escaped?
Yes.
Okay.
So on a serious note, and you hear Mrs. Bonds describing this, that she's saying that the reports, because Tulane was where the monkeys were coming from, they were being transported, as we've been reporting and updating this now for since October 28th, and the vehicle they were being transported in, these lab monkeys that crashed, but they at first said, "Oh no, they are purposely infected with things like hepatitis C, herpes, COVID, all these other diseases for testing." Then it was released. Oh no, we're not sure No, the monkeys were not diseased. And what she's saying is, you're doing this for liability.
Yes.
Right. And so she's a smart mom here. She's saying, no. But she's a pretty good shot. I think she only shot once. She got, boom.
Right,
a big monkey.
Right between the eyes.
Right.
Monkey went down. Down goes monkey.
Good shot.
That's amazing. Well, when her babies are not protected, she's Mama Bear's there to take some shots.
Perfect.
It's what we like. I
Shoot
love
or
that.
shoot.
So we have that one going on. Jessica Bond, we're trying to do something not related to all of the rough day, election day. So listen, I was just actually texting while I was talking about the monkeys to the folks for Senator Dave McCormick, because understand he's coming up here, and as we transition, as he calls in, because they're just confirming it, but remember, President Trump meeting with senators, so we have our Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick up in just seconds. So we're doing our own transition, if you will. This is how we transition.
I'm all magged out. I'm all everything out.
I know. We had 3 hours sleep, but we are fired up. Woohoo! Because you know what? We fight. So we got that going on. All right. And remind me to tell you, thanks for being here today. Remind me to tell you what Senator McCormick, where he will be tonight.
Ooh.
Because I want you to RSVP for Senator McCormick's telephone town hall. That is this evening, 5 p.m. Please make your RSVP, if you will, before noon today, if you can do that, because it's a 5 p.m. You can be right there, ask questions and that sort of thing. And as the senator or his peeps call in, thank you very much, because you're going to get the very latest, fresh off the breaking news of President Trump speaking to senators. I just want to remind you what happened 1 year ago today. So I think we told you 1 year ago yesterday, 2008, that was when, and it was a first, it was an historic first, if you will. I remember being on the air on actually the Fox 29 10 o'clock news announcing that it was an historic night on the 4th, and that was when in 2008, Barack Obama became president. Well, 1 year ago today, something else happened, and it was, I wish we had this kind of aftermath election day to report on, so I'll just bring you the good news of what happened 1 year ago today. Who did the people of Pennsylvania elect to the United States Senate? Well, it was Dave McCormick, yes, now our senator, and it was one of the toughest campaigns in the nation, if you remember that. So just looking back on that with Senator McCormick, his wife Dina, you've gotten to know them, their book and his journey. But I just wanted to remind you that did happen 1 year ago today, because you're calling into us, you are texting us, you are DMing me. My phone is blowing up today. Like, Dawn, I'm so sad today. So I just want to remind you that, yeah, it's a rough morning. We get it, but today, this morning, is really prep work for what needs to happen. It's really a red flag, an alert to the GOP, to MAGA, to Republicans, to independents, to those of you who want to make America great again, okay? And so just remember how you felt 1 year ago today when we were able to report that, yes, Dave McCormick would be Senator McCormick for here in Pennsylvania. And that was an incredible victory and an incredible feat, if you will. And so we just want to remind you of some of the better days, as I know it's feeling like a dark day. But Senator McCormick, I hope you're following him on social media, but he had put out a statement serving you in the Senate, one of the great blessings of his life. And he thanks you for trusting him. It was a beautiful, classy, gracious statement. And I think it was much needed on a rough day, and now a rough morning, as we all kind of digest what happened yesterday. So Senator Dave McCormick, congratulations on 1 year ago today. And thanks for that good news. We needed something after last night's rough night to be reminded of what happened for Pennsylvania 1 year ago today.
Yeah, good morning, Don. How are you? Yeah, that's tough night. Oof. And, it's just I think a reminder to all of us. We have to stay vigilant. If you're a Republican, we need to make sure that we're out there making the case for all the good things that have happened over the last year, but also voter registration and get out the vote, which was a real challenge, and make sure that people are expressing their desire for the kind of leadership we need in the country. it's a very tenuous moment, and we need the right leadership in place.
So and that's the truth of it. And I always say, and I know we all always say, every election is local, and so I don't think we can paint anything with a broad brush. So, we wanted to take everybody through it. So we're now on day 36, government shutdown. We aired earlier, Senator, just a few moments ago, President Trump speaking out about what he thinks. And can you give us any insights into this shutdown, and not just for Pennsylvania, for the nation, and then looking at, the comments that the president made just this morning?
Well, I'm just leaving the White House, where the Republican senators, a number of us, had breakfast with the president, and he did a little press conference there. I think he's feeling what we're all feeling, which is the government's been shut down now for more than a month, and it's pure politics. What essentially Republicans are asking to do is pass a continuing resolution, which would keep the current budget. This was the Biden budget in place while we're finishing appropriations. It's a very non-political proposal. And Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have been holding the country really hostage to try to get a bunch of political priorities put in place. The reason that's such a big deal to Pennsylvania is it's really starting to hurt people. It's federal workers who aren't getting paid, air traffic controllers, border patrol, but now SNAP benefits, which affect 2 million Pennsylvanians. And so, I'm a business guy that was 25 years of business. The idea that you would shut down the government to try to, extract your political goals is just, to me, disgraceful. And that's why I voted to open the government 14 times, along with my friend and fellow Pennsylvania senator and Democrat, John Fetterman. We both say it never makes sense to punish and hurt the people you're trying to serve. And he's a Democrat, and of course the Republicans are in the majority. But if the roles were reversed and the Democrats were in the majority, I'd never vote to shut down the government. I always would keep the government open. It's the most basic responsibility of those who represent the people of Pennsylvania.
Do you have any indication as to what? I know there's a lot of pushback on what, and especially by, we already have the phone calls and we're getting the reaction from many, in our community and watching on YouTube, listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, saying, what is Trump doing? Why would you, give up or sacrifice, your right with the filibuster and so on? Why would you give that up? Is there any insight into what specifically what may happen moving forward within the next day or two?
Well, the president talked about that this morning at his press conference. I mean, it's tempting as it relates to the filibuster because, you want to be able to move and overcome the obstruction of the Democrats to get the government open. So that's, I think, where the president's coming from, just the frustration of the Democrats standing in the way of the basic responsibilities and frustration. I think the best course right now is to keep the pressure on the Democrats of their responsibilities, just let the government open. What's happened in the last few days is a number of the big unions that are traditional supporters of the Democrats, the Federal Employees Union, the Teamsters, the air traffic controllers have all come out and said, listen, open the government, support this clean, continuing resolution that Republicans have been advocating. So I think that's the right course. And the reason, I've been reluctant to talk about eliminating the filibuster is the Democrats have been very clear that's what they want. Mm-hmm. And if the filibuster was gone, then they would pack the Supreme Court and they'd make the District of Columbia state with 2 senators and Puerto Rico as well. And everything from the census to the Green New Deal would be much easier to put forward and support a bunch of progressive priorities. So that's the reason I've been very reluctant. The president, of course, is making the case that the Democrats are going to do that anyway when they're in the majority. But I think a key part of keeping leadership in the country for us is making sure we continue to build support for the president's policies, which includes some Democrats. So it's a tough decision, but that's kind of where my view is on it now.
Senator Dave McCormick with us. I want to touch on SEPTA. I know that the federal transportation officials had ordered the inspection, of course, of the SEPTA trolley system, blaming a lot of mismanagement for the safety issues. There's a lot of news with SEPTA budgets, but I do want to get also to your introduction of that bill to crack down on nitazene trafficking, sir. So let's talk SEPTA quickly. And I want the nitazene. This is an incredible bill that you've introduced. We want to get to that.
Yeah, well, there's been a number of safety issues with SEPTA. Going back a year ago to when the Biden administration, Department of Transportation, had flagged this, and we obviously have a responsibility as public officials, the governor, the mayor, myself, Senator Fetterman, and all involved, to make sure that our public transportation is safe. And SEPTA has a responsibility to make sure those cars are being inspected appropriately. So there's an ongoing effort to make sure that we have the right inspection process. The Department of Transportation is very involved. Secretary Duffy's been doing a great job. And we met, as recently as yesterday with the mayor and the governor and Senator Fetterman and I, who are very aligned on this, to make sure that we're doing everything that needs to be done to ensure the safety of SEPTA, and to make sure that going forward there's the right resources allocated to make sure that the beneficiaries of SEPTA, the people that use it, are safe and have good public transportation. But there's a lot of work to be done.
And speaking of work, you've been busy at, among other things, really, this introduction of the crackdown legislation on nitazene trafficking. Everybody's heard of fentanyl. Senator Dave McCormick, what with nitazene, it's even worse. Can you talk about that?
It's horrible. It's 40 times more potent than fentanyl, and fentanyl killed 4,000 people last year. So this is a little bit of one of those moments where I think many of your listeners probably haven't heard of nitazene, and honestly, it's not a huge problem yet in Pennsylvania. But what we're trying to do is skate in front of the puck here a bit and recognize that the cartels and the traffickers are starting to see nitazene as the next big thing. It's more potent. It can be cut into other forms of drugs. It's incredibly concentrated, so it's easier to move. And the goal here is to make sure it doesn't become the next fentanyl crisis by putting it on a schedule that makes it much less available to traffickers, and treating it with the kind of attention that, frankly, we should have paid to fentanyl before fentanyl became a crisis. Mm-hmm. And so this is part of an ongoing effort that I've been taking, and consistent with what I promised on the campaign, to really crack down on fentanyl, crack down on China, bringing in pre-factors, crack down on the cartels. Senator Fetterman and I, my first piece of legislation was a piece of legislation that he co-sponsored with me to make sure we had the right focus from a law enforcement perspective on fentanyl. This is just another piece of that strategy to crack down on these horrible synthetic drugs, which just are destroying Pennsylvania families.
Yeah, kudos. And this has been obviously something that we've been covering, and you've been obviously a key figure in the legislative efforts to criminalize, to just stop the traffic of all of these opioids amidst this crisis that's hit us here in Pennsylvania and across the country. Real quick here, Senator McCormick, we're heading into, obviously, 1 week from yesterday, in other words, next Tuesday, Veterans Day. You as a military veteran and patriot, when we think about looking to support our military veterans, everything that's happening, even within the wake of homelessness, and you're talking about the opioid crisis and reaching out to veterans, this is an issue near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, listen, this is a moment. I said, and I really feel this as a veteran and someone who's had the opportunity to serve with these great Americans. You see the most about a country are what they represent, the values they represent, how they treat their veterans, the people that were willing to put it all on the line for the country. So I feel like we need to show the utmost both respect and support for our veterans. The area that I'm most concerned about, and I'm announcing and introducing a number of pieces of legislation to deal with it, is veteran suicide. It's of the many things that I'm unhappy about with how we treat our veterans, it's the biggest disgrace. We have 22 veterans a day on average who kill themselves. That's been consistent for about 20 years. We've lost about 150,000 veterans to veteran suicide. It's just sort of unthinkable. And if you look at the statistics, only a little less than half of those have ever received any sort of counseling or support, in part because they don't actually tell people that they're struggling. And we need to, it's really a failure of leadership. It's a failure of imagination. It's a failure of commitment. So that's the area on this Veterans Day that I'm going to be reflecting on. And as we thank our veterans, I also want to make sure we do everything we can to help them have productive lives after their service and or during and after their service, and make sure that veteran suicide becomes a thing of the past.
Beautifully said. Senator Dave McCormick, you're generous with your time. I know you've got to run. Thank you. And until next time, Godspeed. Thank you.
Thanks for always having me. Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you. Take care. So you have it right from, Senator McCormick, and somebody who always talks about the fact that it's important to him to work across the aisle with others in a bipartisan way, and working with Senator Fetterman, and gets that good media publicity, if you will, from so-called mainstream media. That's a piece of this, that it's a way that you get your agenda out there just from a media strategy as well, because maybe they wouldn't cover it as fondly in such a friendly way. I'm just pointing that one out for you. But when it's bipartisan, I think we can all agree that's a good thing. And with these nitazines, I'll admit I had not heard much about them. So I think this is proactive. It's a great measure that he just introduced. So I'll be talking more and more about this, and even getting medical experts and that sort of thing, so that we can really learn about it, because that's a piece of this, right? Awareness, education, and then as well thinking about Veterans Day upcoming. Yeah, next Tuesday, as we talk about that one. And Patrick Zeoli's birthday, too. Can never forget. He's born on, of course, it's got to be Zeoli's oldest kid, born on Veterans Day. So your thoughts on last night? I know, all day. Man, what a rough night, rough elections as we think about this. And so many of you, thank you, on social media, DMing, texting, all the, it's a bummer. It's just a bummer. We're also going to talk to, Linda's here. See, I'm so distracted. Linda Kearns is in the house. I think that I have to take a break. Do I have to? All right. So I'm going to go hug Linda, and we'll get you up to speed really quick as possible. Break. Stay right there.